Good morning. Welcome to the November 20th, 2019 Board of Education meeting. Before we start the meeting, I would like to share a few safety points and notes. Please note that the primary exit and entrance to this room is the door in which you used to enter this morning. The main entrance is the door to your right. If you are leaving the room, please use this door. The restrooms are just outside the entrance door to your immediate left. During the meeting, we ask that you keep all aisles and exits clear. If you need any assistance during the meeting, please waive the attention of one of our security officers. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is November 20th, 2019. We are holding today's meeting in the boardroom at 42 West Madison Street. I am Miguel Del Valle on behalf of my fellow board members. Thank you for coming today. Madam Secretary, please lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The regular meeting of Wednesday, November 20th, 2019 is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member Rome? Here. Vice President Reveluri?
Here.
Member Chad Breland? Here. Member Truss?
Here.
Member Sotelo?
Here.
And President Del Valle?
Here.
We have 6 members present. We have a quorum, and I would also like to recognize Dr. Janice Jackson, our CEO, Joseph Moriarty, our General Counsel, Dr. Latanya McDade, our Chief Education Officer, and Arnie Rivera, our Chief Operating Officer, and Joshua Torres, our Honorary Student Board Member. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be convening today's meeting. As you know, we canceled last month's meeting due to the strike. Over the course of that strike, I saw many things that stood out. I saw true passion for improving our students' educational experience from everyone involved, from CTU to SEIU to CPS to the mayor's office staff and to the mayor. That makes me hopeful. And while parents, teachers, principals, and staff and students all experienced challenging times over the course of the strike, through that sacrifice, and it was a sacrifice for all involved, today the board is being asked to vote on an agreement that addresses things that have never even been on the negotiating table before. And I say that in a positive sense. I want to thank Chief McDade, Chief Rivera, Chief Lyons. I know how much time you spent at the table and how little your family saw of you over the past few months. I also want to thank Dr. Jackson for her leadership during this difficult time. During such a tense time, it can be easy to get frustrated and be negative. These last few months, I have seen Dr. Jackson exhibit exemplary leadership as she made sure to remind us every day that we are one family and that we all want the same thing, the best for our students. Again, there were great sacrifices made by all those involved. But the end result is that we've opened a new chapter, one that will, over the next 5 years, improve CPS services for students, families, and the neighborhoods they live in. While the board did not have a direct role in negotiations, we were kept up to date. We consulted regularly on a daily basis with staff. And so we were fully informed on an ongoing basis. But having said that, we will have a direct role in ensuring that the agreement is fully implemented. The board will also have a role in maximizing the use of available resources to meet our obligations under this new contract, as well as advocating for the additional resources needed to keep us on the path of academic growth. We must continue our upward trajectory. Because of the work of all involved during this process, CPS, CTU, SEIU, advocates, our students, the community, our system will be stronger. Vice President?
Thank you, President Del Valle. I had a few thoughts that President Del Valle was kind enough to give me a moment to share, largely amplifying, expanding on what he had to say. I definitely wanted to start with thank you to everyone involved. The district, CTU, SEIU, and city leadership put in a lot of work to arrive at a contract that values the contributions of teachers and other staff. And it gives us the stability to continue the social, emotional, and academic learning gains that all our students need. We're in the same boat together, and we're heading in the same direction. We want the same thing for all our students, supporting them to achieve success. Our 5-year contract reflects the shared values and our 5-year vision. We've started moving from slogans towards solutions. These plans will take work to lead to results. It said that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We have to be honest with ourselves and with one another, face the facts, and work together to help our students go far, and they need us to do so promptly. We have to make sure that disrupted instruction doesn't lead to loss of student learning, that legitimate differences of perspective that were aired as they should have been don't lead to fractures in community, and that uncertainty doesn't pressure community, student, and family engagement and enrollment in the district. We should align around our shared belief that public schools for all students are essential to our democracy and to economic opportunity for our students. And the money we put in our public schools is the wisest possible investment for our future. Lines on a budget or words on a contract can't by themselves make social workers or nurses materialize in schools. We need to work together to find the skilled clinicians and teachers that our students need to have the best possible chance to learn, grow, and succeed. And we need to face the facts of racial and economic segregation and sustainable budgets given our finite resources, while we work together to make the case for more. It's up to us now to build our partnership and to build our ability to make these promises into a reality. As we move forward, I'm keeping 3 key ideas in mind, and I urge us all to do so. First, that we ensure equity, not just equality, and provide additional support to the children who most need them first. Second, to balance system-wide policy with flexibility and autonomy for school communities who have insights into local needs. And third, that we ensure sustainability, wise use of the resources we have available, and advocating for more when we can. This will take us working together to plan ahead and to improve everyone's understanding of our budget situation. Now that our vision and values have been memorialized in the contract, as it has been in our budget, it will take diligent and intentional work of thousands of caring adults, professionals from this building to every school and classroom across the city, and family and community members in every neighborhood to make these statements into a reality for our kids. Because they are all our kids. And we owe it to them to work together so they all have the opportunities that they deserve and that we need them to have. Because our kids are going to be the ones who solve the problems facing our city and our world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, we'll proceed.
It's just,
Yes.
just to say, thank you for all the hard work that CTU, SEIU, and all the other unions put into the work. Thank you, CPS staff. I can't even imagine, the time being away from your families, for the hard work. So I just want to, reiterate and say thank you again. And I know it sounds like a broken record, but it's just my saying. Politics and democracy are not always pretty or sexy. It's never meant to be, but my wife is both. So you just have to just go ahead and let's keep moving forward, working hard for our children, and just thank you. Thank you to my fellow board members.
I just would co-sign what my fellow board members have said. Thank you to everybody who was involved in working to bargain and get this contract, one that is going to ensure equity for our students, CPS staff, our union partners. I look forward to working with all of you as we pursue our shared vision of equity and justice for our students and our families. And I'll say as a side note, as a history professor and scholar of social movements, I also will appreciate the lesson in civics that our teachers and support staff have given us that we can speak with our families and communities about as well.
Mr. President, excuse me, before we continue, Joshua, our honorary student board member, would like to address the board.
Are there any other board members? If not, we'll proceed to our student and then we'll go on to the agenda.
Yeah, I would just like to reiterate board members have said, thank you to, CPS staff, because, it has not been easy. As a student, I know that this, although the strike did present a lot of challenges, students have learned and have, gained a lot of knowledge about what it means to truly get what, we need. Students have learned that they truly have to fight for what they want. So overall, it was a really good experience for students to see their teachers in action.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go over the agenda for today. The order of the meeting will be as follows. We'll start with CEO remarks, and then go on to our Chief Education Officer remarks and honoring excellence, followed by committee updates and announcements, then public participation. At that point, we'll have a 20-minute recess. When we reconvene, we'll have the CEO report presentations, then discussion of the public agenda items. After that, we'll vote on public agenda items. Then, having completed the votes on public agenda items, then we'll go into closed session and return from closed session to vote on closed session items. Let's proceed with CEO remarks. Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, President Del Valle. As stated, last week, the Chicago Teachers Union ratified a historic 5-year contract that will provide our educators with a generous compensation package that honors their hard work and commitment to providing a high-quality education for all of our students in CPS. As a parent, I am equally grateful to see our kids back in the classroom with their teachers who love and care for them every day. Along with SEIU Local 73, these agreements honor the contributions of our colleagues while allowing CPS to build on the historic academic progress we have worked to achieve collectively. These agreements are strong compromises that include important benefits for both CPS and CTU. And crucially, they build on many of the areas where we agree. Because ultimately, as we've stated time and time again, we want the same thing that our teachers want. We want our educators and support staff to be compensated fairly. We want dedicated full-time nurses and social workers in every school. We want and understand the importance of manageable class sizes. And we want our district to prioritize equity and ensure that our schools and students who need it the most are supported. The agreement delivers on just that, and I'm excited to continue working with educators to fulfill those promises in the coming years. As I've stated time and time again, we are one family with one goal, and to ensure that the next generation has what they need in order to reach their dreams and become the thinkers, innovators, and leaders of this next generation, it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure they have the resources in order to get there. I want to continue to thank those who are actively involved, starting with the Mayor Lori Lightfoot, whose leadership during this time shows us that she has the best interests of Chicago students at heart. And that's something that I truly believe. I know personally that she values and wants the same thing for teachers and educators that we all want. And I'm happy that we were able to settle this amicably. I also want to especially thank the members of our central office staff who worked extremely hard on the contingency plan and worked in our schools in order to support the students who attended school during those times. We also want to thank our partners at the libraries and the parks and so many community-based organizations who opened their doors to support our students and families. And finally, I want to thank the parents who had to throw their routines out of the window and come up with new pathways to protect, come up with new opportunities to support their students during the strike. I know I personally struggled during that time. I think that this is a teachable moment for students, as Joshua just pointed out, as well as all of us in the district. I also want to thank the amazing negotiation staff, which they've been acknowledged already today. But as I stated, when speaking to CPS staff, without this team, we would not be able to sit here today with this agreement. They made tremendous sacrifices. I'm very proud of the team that we put together. That's a team made up of educators and people who are directly vested in the district. They have children in CPS. They've taught in CPS. They've led in CPS. And for that reason, we were able to reach a compromise that benefits all involved. I believe in my heart that we have barely scratched the surface of what is possible for CPS students to achieve. And it is my hope with the stability of this contract, we're able to reach all of the goals outlined in the 5-year vision for CPS. Chief McDade will provide detailed updates on some of the particulars because I know there are questions today about the revised calendar. Before turning things back over to President Del Valle, I would also like to acknowledge a new member of our team. I'm happy to report that we have hired a new Chief Portfolio Officer, Mr. Bing Howe, who started on November 4th and didn't run away after seeing all of what was going on in Chicago. Bing is here today. I want to ask him to stand and be recognized. Under Bing's leadership, the Portfolio Office will be responsible for partnering with other departments to develop and execute a comprehensive district-wide strategy to ensure that all students have access to a high-quality school. Bing has spent his entire career working to improve educational opportunities for students and communities in need. He previously held roles in the Tennessee and New Jersey Departments of Education, managing statewide, school improvement initiatives, as well as portfolio management efforts. He also has experience managing policy, advocacy, and community engagement efforts as Chief External Affairs Officer for the Washington State Charter School Association and for Citizen Schools. We're excited to have Bing on board on our leadership team to help us fulfill our vision and commitment to integrity and ensure that our district strategy is community-based, data-driven, and transparent. Thank you, Bing, for accepting the challenge. And President Del Valle, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you. Chief McDade, please proceed with your remarks and honoring excellence.
Thank you, President Del Valle. I join Dr. Jackson in welcoming our students, teachers, and support staff back to school and look forward to working together to achieve great things as we move through the rest of the school year. I will start with updates and then move into honoring excellence. As part of the agreement with CTU to end the strike, CPS agreed to make up 5 of the 11 instructional days that were lost. This meant making significant adjustments to our school calendar, and we are presenting those changes to the board for approval today. To make up the 5 days, we had to choose from the relatively small number of non-student attendance days and unpaid days for teachers, which severely limited our options. There are only 13 unpaid days for teachers on the calendar through the end of the school year. 1 in November, 4 during winter break, and 8 reserve days at the end of the school year. We considered all options based on feedback from families, school leaders, and communities, along with review of the Illinois School Code. We heard overwhelmingly from parents that extending the school year into late June was a poor option, in addition to the significant challenges that this option will cause for graduates entering college, the start of summer school, summer jobs for students, and family planning. We then considered holidays. The Illinois School Code identifies 5 holidays for which the district can request that the board approve a waiver to have students attend school. Indigenous Peoples Day, Columbus Day had already passed, and Veterans Day was not an option given the timing. Martin Luther King Jr. Day is not only a national holiday, but also a day of service throughout our city, which is important for our district to recognize. The 2 other holidays, Lincoln's birthday and Pulaski Day, are already used as instructional days. These were a few of the limited options available to be considered. However, there was no ideal solution and no one option that would work for everyone given the circumstances. Ultimately, we selected dates that provide the greatest instructional benefit for students out of the limited options that were available to us. The district selected November 27th, 2019, January 2nd and 3rd, 2020, and June 17th and 18th, 2020.
We acknowledge the challenges that the makeup days may bring and are grateful for the flexibility and understanding of our students, families, and school communities that will be impacted by these calendar changes. We have also heard concerns regarding the potential impact on attendance that can affect school quality ratings. Our school quality rating policy, also known as SQRP, is the district's policy for monitoring school performance and accountability. Student attendance is a key factor in school ratings, and we take our responsibility to implement this policy with fidelity and in accordance with board process very seriously. Considering it is still relatively early in the school year, it is premature to make any decisions related to our SQRP policy absent actual attendance data. We are committed to monitoring the situation closely and listening to your feedback. We will be evaluating attendance during makeup days, as well as consider how inclement weather may further impact the school calendar to determine if further consideration must be given to school quality ratings. Your input is critical to ensuring our policies are fair and align fully to the mission and vision of Chicago Public Schools. In keeping with the topic of SQRP, last June, we announced our plan to launch a process to conduct a comprehensive review of our current school quality rating policy. Gathering input from our stakeholders will be instrumental to reshaping SQRP to better meet the needs of our families and educators. So we encourage staff, parents, students, and CPS partners to complete a survey that is currently available at cps.edu/SQRP. The survey will be open until December 31st. The district will continue to engage the community throughout this process, and additional opportunities for engagement and input will be made available on our website. Over the next year, the public will also see several updated policies coming before the board every month. This is a result of a comprehensive review of all Board of Education policies conducted through a lens of equity to examine the accuracy, implementation, and impact of each policy on all stakeholders. As Dr. Jackson mentioned at the September Board of Education meeting, community members now have 30 calendar days to comment publicly on rule changes or policies that will be coming before the board. After a review of all public comments for appropriate and non-offensive language, all comments will then be posted publicly 3 to 5 days after submission. I encourage you to visit cps.edu/policy feedback to learn more about the public comment process. Read the board policies and rule changes available for public comment and review the comments that have been posted. I would now like to provide a few academic updates, beginning with the extension for the deadline for GoCPS. Due to the work stoppage, students now have until Friday, December 13th, to complete their applications and begin the process of being matched with the school that will best meet their interests. Those interests could include STEM, world language, the arts, and many more academic programs. And CPS is working hard to ensure that more schools around the city have these learning opportunities to offer. Last week, we launched the district's second annual academic request for application process. This initiative empowers our school communities to apply for academic programs that will best meet the needs of their students. We received an overwhelming response to this application process a year ago, and the result was the largest one-time academic program expansion in CPS history. Based on feedback from last year, the district will be providing deeper, more comprehensive support for schools and communities. We will host 3 workshops for principals to help them identify opportunities for new and exciting programs at their schools and develop plans for implementation. The district is also providing a detailed overview of programmatic offerings to community members through a series of 5 community meetings. To learn more about the application process and to register to attend a community meeting, please visit cps.edu/academic program RFP. This transparent application process is another step toward our commitment to equity, as it ensures students across the city have access to high-quality programmatic options that will pique their interest, challenge them, and ensure their post-secondary success. I will conclude today with the honoring excellence portion of our meeting. This is our chance to recognize the many talents and accomplishments of our students and school communities. And today, we are pleased to welcome Alexis Harvey Benson, a junior at Lindblom Math and Science Academy. Alexis began studying martial arts when she was 5 years old, and last spring was named the youngest female black belt in the United States. She recently traveled to the World Martial Arts Games in London, where she earned 1 gold and 2 silver medals. Alexis now has her sights set on the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. She is also a member of the basketball and softball teams at Lindblom and is an exemplary student with an impressive GPA. Her hard work and dedication is amazing, and we could not be more proud of all that she has accomplished. Alexis is joined today by her parents, who I am sure are brimming over with pride. Please join me in congratulating this exemplary scholar and athlete. Alexis, would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Jackson, the CPS board, Mr. Beavis. It is an honor to be here. Last year, I couldn't even imagine being here right now or anything I've accomplished. I started martial arts when I was 5. I remember in first grade, it was a school talent show. Everyone was like dancing and singing. I actually wanted to break a board. After that, all the upperclassmen, 8th graders, 7th graders, they all knew my name at that point. People used to tease me about, oh, you going into a boys sport. That's just for boys. Well, I didn't care what anyone else said. I just, if you were born to stand out, why try to fit in? So that's what I kind of live by. I couldn't do anything without the support of my family, my Lindblom family, especially my mom, my sensei. It's been an amazing journey, and I'm just ready to continue.
All right. I do want to acknowledge Principal Beavis. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you to the board. Thank you to Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade. I just want to say to Alexis, you make us proud as a school. Our mission is to create compassionate leaders who understand, engage, and impact the world. And you are and you're going to continue to be a role model for students, not just in CPS, but the United States. And as a Lindblom Eagle, I just want to say swoop, swoop.
All right.
Alexis, I can't even come up with the words to say how proud we are. You're an amazing student.
Thank you.
I know you're going to make the Olympics. And when we watch you, we're going to say, there she is, one of our students, making CPS proud. So and the parents, okay, she didn't do it by herself. I know that. So I commend you for the fantastic job that you've done raising a wonderful student. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, this concludes the Chief Education Office report.
Thank you. Committee updates, because we formed committees at our board meetings, we will have a section where we'll permit the committee chairs to provide an update on the work of the committees. And today we have one report from Member Todd Breland.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Todd Breland. I'm the chair of the Workforce Development and Equity Committee. And I just wanted to present a quick update on the work of our committee. If nothing else, in the last couple of months, you've heard the word staffing. So that's part of what we're going to be looking at with our committee. And the committee in particular is looking at diversity in teacher recruitment and development for our first session, which will be held on December 16th. It's a Monday. The meeting will be held, the hearing will be held in the evening at a school in the community. We're still working on location and logistics for that, but more information will be forthcoming. This committee will cover a wide range of things, but for this first meeting, we're just taking a slice of that work and particularly looking at teacher recruitment and development with a key focus on one of the goals of the CPS 5-year vision, which is the hiring of 3,000 Black and Latinx teachers by 2024 and the retention of teachers of color. So at this first meeting, it's going to be largely informational, giving folks in the community a sense of what programs CPS already has going on, initiatives related to these topics, but also having an opportunity for community engagement, for consulting with folks, for some small group discussion. So more information will be forthcoming, but I want to invite you to invite everybody you know. I know it's close to winter break, but come out and help us plan for this important work and be a part of this work. As it was said earlier, we don't get there if we don't get there together. So please come be a part of this. I look forward to seeing everybody.
Very good. Thank you. Now for announcements. Please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you need to seek assistance or want to meet with a board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of a board meeting. When this board took office, we committed to having some meetings out in the community. I'm talking about the regular monthly board meeting. And in the evening to be more accessible to the public. December's board meeting will be our first community board meeting to fulfill this promise. Madam Secretary, please share the details of the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. As noted on the public agenda, the regular meeting of the Board of Education scheduled for December 18th, 2019 has been rescheduled to Wednesday, December 11th, 2019, and will be held off-site at Curie High School starting at 5 p.m. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. Monday, December 9th, 2019, and will close on Tuesday, December 10th, 2019 at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for our assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now proceed with today's public participation session. As a reminder, union representatives will speak before public participation, as well as the Principals Association, and any elected officials will speak after the recess upon arrival. Madam Secretary, please share the rules of public participation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. When you hear your name, please immediately proceed to the staging area to the left of the podium and check in with our board office staff member. Our FACE staff member will assist this month. You will be lined up in the right order. When it is your turn to speak, proceed to the podium and state your name. After you state your name, I will then start the 2-minute clock, which is visible to all in the audience. And I would like to note that there is a timer on top of the podium for the speakers to see. When there are 30 seconds remaining, the color will turn yellow. And when the 2 minutes are up, the light will turn to red. Please immediately take your seat when your time is up to allow for the next speaker to begin. Also, for anyone who plans to stand in support of a speaker, please be aware that the only walkway in the boardroom is behind the podium. Therefore, if you would kindly make a single file line and stand as near as the railing as possible, this will still allow people to pass through the area safely. Thank you. And Mr. President, before we begin with the speakers list, I would like to call Jesse Sharkey, CTU President, please, followed by Troila Rivera, the President of the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jesse Sharkin, the president of CTU. Thank you to the members of the board, President Dr. Jackson, President DeValle. It's been a kind of intense last couple of months, and I want to begin by thanking everyone in this chamber and who's watching on TV for their patience during what was a long and difficult strike. It was exhausting and emotionally trying. It was for me as a parent. We spent a lot of hours in a room. I'm happy to no longer be seeing LaTanya McDade and Arnie Rivera, both in my sleep and when I was awake. And I know that, look, I know the CTU can be occasionally polemical and sharp-elbowed, just occasionally. That was a joke. I know the CTU can occasionally be polemical and sharp-elbowed, but I do understand, and we really do understand that it requires two sides to reach an agreement. And so I do want to thank CPS's negotiating team quite explicitly, as well as the board and the leadership, as well as the support staff, frankly, who were always on call for our ability to reach an agreement. Obviously, the 25,000 members of the CTU played an important role, and I want to thank everyone there, as well as the service employees, and most of all, the 300,000 students, parents, and members of the public. I want to thank you all for not just putting up with the strike, but really for not giving up on the project of public education. There's a view of labor relations which says that if the parties could only know on the day before a strike what we knew on the last day of a strike, we could avoid strikes altogether. And perhaps that's true. Perhaps it is by its very nature a failure of the ability to see into the future. But I also know enough from history to know that when transformative changes are made, it's very often that large public forces come onto the stage. That's what we saw in the civil rights movement. That's what we saw in important strikes throughout history. And I think there's ways in which that's true now, which is that there are a number of transformative changes which this agreement will bring to the schools. And I look forward to being part of our ongoing work to make Chicago Public Schools excellent and to continue to transform and open up possibilities for the lives of students. That's really what this is about. I want to make three other really quick points. There's been a number of comments in the press, and the press has got a pretty terrible record on a bunch of this stuff, so we shouldn't put too much stake there. But I do just want to comment. There are a number of people worrying about how CPS is going to afford this agreement. I will say, I hope that we can work with CPS to continue to fight for progressive revenue. We have a society where some of the wealthiest people pay the lowest tax rates. I know that in Illinois, we're going to be looking at policies which will try to address some of those things for some progressive taxation. CTU intends to pursue those. We hope the board will join with us. We do need funding for our schools. The second thing I just want to say, to pick up on something Chief Ed Officer McDade was just saying, we care a lot about the board policies around student-based budgeting and SQRP. We think that one of the really transformative things that we could do coming out of this agreement will be to also get our policies for rating schools and for distributing resources to schools right. We need to have equity inform those things. We look forward to working with the board and having a conversation in public about what it means to have racial equity show up in our school policies. And then finally, I would be remiss not to mention school closings. We were not able to get an agreement on the policy around school closings. I know the legal deadline for that is coming up. I would hope the board would engage in a true community process with all the stakeholders before closing schools, which I think would necessarily mean not closing schools in this year. And that would be something that we have real misgivings about the way that's been done. And we hope that we don't follow up what I think has been, although trying, will be successful for everyone involved with the debacle or the mistake of closing more schools this year. So thank you for your time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharkey. And our next speaker, please, Charlie Rivera.
Good morning, beautiful people.
Good morning.
On November 11th, I received a phone call from a Black male principal in a South Side majority Black elementary school. That evening, I received a text message from a white female principal of a majority white North Side elementary school. These two people, besides the fact that they were principals, could not have been more different. But their comments to me could not have been more similar. The text message from the white female principal on the North Side said the following, and this was about the makeup days. CPS communicated the makeup days on Twitter and then sent them to us as an afterthought. I've lost all faith in central office. You know I've always respected them, even when I disagree with them, but this year is different. I've been undermined at every turn, and this makeup day fiasco is the last straw. I would never treat a staff member the way they treat us. This will be my last year as a CPS principal. They've lost my respect. The Black male principal in our phone conversation pretty much articulated the same, saying that he felt betrayed and undermined, particularly around the ramifications of SQRP. So it's good for me to hear that you guys are considering that. And he again said this would be his last year if the district undermined all the work that they've done to improve their SQRP with this decision. Having gotten those two phone calls, well, that phone call and that text message, I decided this was important enough to reach out to our members in a survey. And more than 400 principals and assistant principals responded, most of them within 24 hours. So people are a bit upset about this. And they all had a commonality. They felt that they were taken for granted because of the district's failure to consult principals in this decision. They felt disrespected in the way it was communicated through the media before it reached them. They felt like they were set up to fail in regard to the staffing ramifications of these makeup days, and they felt undermined in relation to SQRP. Specifically, a supermajority of them felt that their own SQRP would go down as a result of this decision, 74%. A higher supermajority, 86%, felt that schools in general, that their SQRPs would go down. The percentage of Black school principals of majority Black schools, I should say, who felt their SQRP would go down was double the percentage of principals of white majority schools. So we have an equity issue here. So please pay close attention to it. 97%, I've never got 97% principal agreement on anything, but 97% agreed with the following statement. The district should not count makeup days in SQRP attendance calculations. 97%. So that's our proposal, and you all have gotten that proposal from us, and I want to make it here publicly and officially. The last thing I want to mention in terms of what came from this survey was that principals actually had ideas for alternatives, but they were never consulted, despite what was said here today. It was one of the things in the survey where they expressed the most frustration with, that they were not consulted on this. So here are some of the ideas, a couple of the many ideas that they put down in the comment section. 1, convert report card pickup days to regular school days with extended hours to provide families an opportunity at the end of the day to speak with teachers. 2, the 5 makeup days should have been placed at the end of the school year, after the school year has ended for students. Those 5 days should then be used for all staff members to plan for the following year, analyze data, and make a strong plan for the start of the new school year. I cannot think of a better way to use those makeup days in terms of ensuring that we get off the next school year and plan to make it an outstanding one in relationship to how poorly this one went. But you all didn't get those ideas because, unfortunately, as usual, the district failed to consult the people who lead their schools. I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I'll come back and say it again and again. Consult the people who lead your schools before making decisions like this. Consult the people who lead your schools before making decisions like this. And so I'll end. by saying and repeating, please take the SQRP seriously. One principal even suggested that the November 1st date should not be counted, because you already have some data, because attendance on that day was horrible. So you already know what's coming up. So consider that as well. And also, please consider those ideas that I just gave you as an alternative to what you're about to do. There are other ideas that they mentioned, but I won't read off, but they're in this report from our survey. I hope you take it seriously. And with that, do any members of the board or any executive officers have any questions or comments?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave this with the board secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're ready to proceed with the speakers list.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was waiting for the board members to have an opportunity. I did want to make one comment about, to the principals or the principal who made the suggestion around the days being used for school improvement. We actually think that's a great idea, but I would also direct everybody to look at the actual return to work agreement where President Sharkey himself made a handwritten note to say that those needed to be instructional days. So that latter option, although it sounds good, was not an option that was presented to us. I just want to go on the record that, as Chief McDade pointed out in her remarks, we explored all of our options. We only had 13 and would gladly welcome any recommendations that fall within those 13.
Thank
This
you.
isn't a
Miss-
debate. I'm
I'm
just
not going to debate. I was
responding
going to
to,
ask you a question.
I'm done. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll proceed with the speakers list, Mr. President. Thank you. The first group I will be calling will be the DuSable group, please, and it'll be speaker number 34, Dr. Timuel Black, speaker 49, Rose Gordon, speaker 38, Eugene Henry, followed by speaker number 1, Lahar Gode, speaker number 3, Maria Moreno, 16, Janice Perkins, 24, Channing Ratcliffe, and 36, Makia Barnes.
Thank you very much. Don't have a lot prepared except for experience. My name is Timuel Black, and I was a student at DuSable High School that graduated in 1937. And the consolidation of the forces and the unity in the building and with the faculty and staff helped the students to be good students. Now I am advocating that DuSable be returned to one name with a number of divisions, but one name in one building under one leadership. I know how that will work because I've also, after graduating from DuSable, been a teacher in public schools, and DuSable was one of those schools, and also an administrator at the college level. So I do brag in a sense about not only having the experience of attending a great school, but also teaching at that school and beyond, and knowing what consolidation can do to the students who are products of the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Black. Their next speaker, please, Rose Gordon.
Good morning. My name is Rose Gordon. I am a 1971 alumnus of Jean Baptiste Point DuSable, a member of the DuSable High School Coalition for Action, on the board of directors for the Mary Herrick Scholarship Fund, which assists DuSable graduates pursuing a college degree, and a former staff member at DuSable High School. As you can see, I have an invested interest in what happens to DuSable High School. A great part of my life was developed at DuSable High School. My teachers, who had an uncanny ability to help me cultivate a deep sense of character within myself. I am committed to making sure that the current and future students of DuSable have the sense of belonging that was given to me. Having all the students belonging to one school would bring about unity, not only in the school, but in the community as a whole. Having separate schools in the same building is not promoting unity. Competition can be good, but divisiveness is never a good thing. I have worked with some of the greatest graduates of DuSable High School. Judge William Cousin Jr., who sat on the board of directors of the Mary Herrick Scholarship Fund. As a retired Chicago police detective, I was on the security staff for the late Honorable Mayor Harold Washington and worked with former superintendent of the Chicago Police Department, Fred Rice. There are quite a number of notable alumni who walk the halls of DuSable, going on to helping to make this world a better place. Radio stations around the world are still playing Nat King Cole Christmas songs. I urge you to let us strive for one unity, one leadership team, one principal, one administrative team, and staff working together with parents and students to develop a lost jewel. I want to thank you for this golden opportunity of allowing me to speak to you on the issue of consolidating DuSable into one high school again. I leave you with the motto of DuSable High School, which is still engraved on the walls there. Peace if possible, but justice at any rate. And as the infamous Jackie Vaughn, whatever you do in life, a teacher has something to do with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. And the next speaker, please, Eugene Henry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Eugene Henry. I'm a retired CPS employee with over 4 decades of service as a teacher, coach, programmer, administrator, and consultant. I am also a DuSable High School graduate. As a member of the Slow Breakers, Andrew Brown, president, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. The Slow Breakers is a 501c3 social civic organization in the Bronzeville community, composed primarily of retired educators and former high school and college athletes from the Bronzeville and Chicagoland area. Our organization advocates for a better quality of life for young people, enabling them to become positive participants in the development of society. We annually provide scholarships to high school seniors and college students to help them defray some of their post-secondary expenses. The Slow Breakers, many of whom graduated from elementary and high schools in the Bronzeville community, support the DuSable Alumni Coalition, Dr. Grace Dawson, president, in its effort and vision to see the consolidation of the 2 small schools currently at the DuSable campus become one new DuSable High School. The Slow Breakers commend the DuSable Alumni Coalition, as well as the Greater Bronzeville Community Action Council, Pastor Chris Harris, Executive Director, in this endeavor to restore the name and legacy of the historic landmark DuSable High School. We, as I feel many Chicagoans and stakeholders do, realize the significance of DuSable as a historic treasure, not only in Bronzeville, but in the city of Chicago as well. Merging the 2 schools, Bronzeville Scholastic Institute and Daniel Hale Williams, into one new DuSable should help in preparing a budget that would eliminate some duplications and provide more resources for students and staff.
Mr. Henry, can you please conclude?
Yes, stakeholders have been and continue to meet regularly toward establishing one new DuSable High School. Our reason for today's presentation to you, our new board members, is to make you aware that there are those of us in the community who are supportive of the DuSable campus consolidation into one new DuSable High School.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Henry.
you.
Our next speakers, please. Speaker number 1, Lahar Good.
Are we done with the DuSable
Yes, sir.
group? Chief McDade, could you comment quickly on the DuSable?
Actually, Bean was prepared to comment.
Or
Yeah, Chief Howell.
that would be fine.
Thank
yeah.
you, sir.
His first
The
comments.
microphone. Yeah.
All eyes are
Right to the
upon him.
frying pan.
Ms. Good, if you would give him a minute, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for welcoming me to your district. And thank you so much, group, for being able to share your passion and your vision for your community. As you all know, between myself, since I've been here, and this is just 3 weeks in, as well as other members on our leadership team, we actually have been attending these meetings to get a better understanding for your vision for your community and to better understand how we as CPS can support developing that. Some of the areas where we landed on as early as this past meeting from Monday is better understanding how we can engage more community members to be informed about what's going on so they can actually help shape and engage with these conversations as well. So I was on the phone with Pastor Chris earlier this morning to sort of figure out how to flesh that out. So we do stand ready to be good partners to continue to develop this idea and explore what this can look like. And we look forward to working with you through this process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We can
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So now we'll proceed with the speakers list, and I'll call speaker number 1, please, Lahar Good.
Good morning, Dr. Jackson and CPS board members. My name is Lahari Goud, and I am the Chief Strategy Officer for Civitas Education Partners and the co-founder and executive director for the Civitas Community Impact Experience, CCIE. CCIE is a reimagined high school experience for the seniors at Chicago Quest. Students are able to work off campus while earning credits. They are creating their own social ventures based on their passions. It is truly a personalized learning experience. Our students in our first year saw a growth in GPA, in attendance, and a 75% decrease in discipline infractions. They also experienced growth in agency, identity, and in competencies such as collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and time management, all skills that we know that are fundamental to student success. This year, the programming at Chicago Quest has now been reimagined and is strengthened and aligned with CCIE. They are now partnering with future founders and have implemented the AP seminar program. I'm excited for you guys to hear more from our students and parents, and I invite all of you to come visit Chicago Quest as well as CCIE to see the amazing work that our students are doing.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Good. And their
Thank
next
you.
speaker is speaker number 3, Maria Moreno.
Good morning, Dr. Jackson and CPS board members. My name is Maria Moreno, and my daughter is currently a student at CICS Chicago Quest. She has been at the Chicago Quest campus since 2016, her sophomore year. I also chose CQ for my daughter because CICS has a long reputation in Chicago that successfully prepares its students for college. The CQ campus offers programs like Civitas Community Impact Experience, where she was able to create a social venture that helps people like me, a single mom. Her social venture, Bonita, has a mission to create an inclusive community for low-income single mothers that will educate, motivate, and inspire them to care for themselves. Ever since my daughter started school at CICS Chicago Quest, she has felt a sense of community, a joyful place where teacher and staff make sense of community, a joyful everyone feel welcomed. More importantly, her academic progress has improved by a lot by not having social anxiety. She has presented her program to a room filled with 100 people, improved time management skill, writing, and responsibility. When I take my child to school, every day I see firsthand that her teacher and the school staff make sure she was well taken care of by her teachers. Their school culture is one of inclusivity, and that's important because I involves everyone in school community that includes parents in order to make a student's education a priority. I encourage you to visit Chicago Quest campus and meet with the school leadership, teacher, and staff who make CICS Chicago Quest a
Ms.
social
Moreno?
space for students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And their next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker 16, Janice Perkins. Not here? Okay, proceeding with 24, Shannon Ratcliffe.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Channing Ratcliffe, and I am a 12th grader at CICS Chicago Quest, and I've been there since my freshman year at the campus. In 2015, when I was looking for a school to attend to, my highest priorities was to find a place that was safe and to help me develop not only my emotional, but my emotional and social skills in a place that would help me after graduation. I chose CQ because of the STEM-based curriculum and the exposure that it had to the community. Not only that, CICS has a long reputation in Chicago for helping successful kids attend college. CICS does have the community-packed experience where I create my own social ventures and discover passions in social entrepreneurship that I did not have. This is a testament to the CQ staff and teachers that set high expectations for all of their students. Ever since I started CICS Chicago Quest, that sense of community has always struck with me. I've become an activist not only in my community, but at my school. I know that we were talking about that strike that just recently happened. Last year during the polar vortex, my school had went through one as well, and I was a participant. The CCIE experience has not only helped me through my progress in academics, but through my connections. I'm currently working on a project called Music for Thought that bridges music and mental health. I'm proud to say that I'm happy to go to school every day where I can go be in projects that are important to me and topics that are important to me and share how I feel about them. I encourage all of you to visit Chicago Quest and the campus and meet the leaderships, the teachers and staff that make CCIE and Chicago Quest a successful place for students like me and everybody else there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Ratcliffe. Our next speaker, please, 36, Makia Barnes. She's not here. Thank you.
President Valle,
Yes.
just a quick comment. Channing? Just keep doing what you're doing. You're very articulate. You clearly have gotten something well out of your environment. Keep leading by example, right? Keep leading by example and making sure that other students like yourself also exemplify that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll continue with the speakers list and we'll proceed with speaker number 2, please. Carol Bruce, followed by speaker 17, Charnel Powell. We'll then call speaker number 7, Chanel Lofton, and speaker 33, Jose Santana. Carol Bruce, please. Moving on to the next speaker, speaker 17, Charnel Powell. Speaker number 7, Chanel Lofton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Chanel Lofton, and I am the mother of Kevin Jernigan, a freshman at Baker College Prep, a Noble school. It was Kevin's decision to enroll at Baker. He has been interested in going to Baker ever since he was in 7th grade at Learn Charter. My son convinced me to go to the open house that Baker was having last October, and I was struck by the closeness between the students and the teachers. The staff was friendly, and the students were intelligent and respectful. I knew it was a great fit because these are the qualities that I have already instilled in Kevin. So when I looked at Baker's loving and warm environment, it felt like I was looking at my son. Kevin has only been at Baker for the last few months, but he has felt supported by his teachers. He always has a question, and at Baker that is encouraged, and they push him to lean into his inquisitiveness. Baker recognized the brilliance of my son immediately, which made me feel affirmed in my choice to send him there. I love that the school is named after Ella Baker, an activist, that they mirror their school culture after what she fought to accomplish. I am a parent advocate at Baker because I have already built relationships with the teachers and the staff. And I know that we are working together for the interests of my son and all the students that attend that school. I predict that Kevin's class of 2023 is going to bring this world some amazing and innovative things. It's like cracking a pistachio. They came into Baker, cracked open a little, but with the help of Baker, they will be bursting out of their shells and walking into their true capacity of greatness. A recent MIT study found that the academic growth of students who attend Noble schools is larger than that of similar peers at selective enrollment schools. I invite you to come to an event tomorrow featuring MIT researchers and education experts at Noble Chicago Bulls campus.
Ms. Lofton, can you please conclude?
Yes, at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lofton. As the next speaker, Jose Santana, approaches the podium, I'll call the next group. We'll have speaker number 4, please, Edgar Reynoso, followed by speaker 23, Howard Ehrman, and then speaker 25, Mike Harnett. Mr. Santana?
Buenos días. Mi nombre es José Santana, soy padre de un estudiante de último año, Noble Baker School, Noble Baker College Prep. Decidí enviar a mi hija a Baker College debido a la calidad de educación que brindan, su sentido de responsabilidad y la forma en que tratan a sus estudiantes. Mi hija está en su último año y tiene más confianza en su estilo de trabajo y mentalidad. Ella tiene mucha confianza en los maestros y tiene aún una hermosa relación con ellos porque la hace sentir querida. El discurso de mi hija ha mejorado incluso en casa. Ella ha mejorado su español, que es algo muy importante para ella porque eso la ayudará con sus opciones de carrera. Pero lo más importante, también ayudó con nuestra relación. Podemos comunicarnos y hablar más. Si ella tiene preguntas en el idioma, puedo ayudarla. En mis tiempos, las escuelas no tenían muchos programas, no eran tan seguras, había mucha violencia. Ver que no se siente así. Todos los maestros, padres y estudiantes tienen la responsabilidad de mantener las estudiantes seguros. Como padre, fui a Springfield para abogar por mejores recursos y ver a mi hija abogando por los estudiantes en el consejo estudiantil en la escuela, por lo que eso también me motiva a seguir ayudando como padre líder. La junta directiva del CPS debe continuar apoyando a Baker College Prep porque es una excelente escuela.
Señor Santana, can you please conclude?
Yeah.
Gracias.
Hello, my name is Jose Santana, and I'm a parent of a senior student at Noble Baker College Prep. I decided to send my daughter to Baker College Prep because of the quality education they provide, its sense of responsibility, and the way they treat their students. My daughter is in her senior year, and she has more confidence in her work style and ideas. She has a lot of confidence in her teachers and has a beautiful relationship with them because they make her feel loved. My daughter's speaking skills have improved even at home. She has improved her Spanish skills, which is something that is very important to her because that will help her with her career options. And it has also helped with our relationship since we can communicate and talk more. Back in my days, schools did not have a lot of programs. They were not very safe and there was much more violence. At Baker, it doesn't feel that way. Everyone from teachers, parents, and students has a responsibility to keep students safe. As a parent, I went to Springfield to advocate for better resources, and I see her advocating for students in the student council at school. So that also motivated me to continue helping as a parent leader. And I'm gonna finish what he did. Okay. So the CPS Board of Ed should continue to support Baker College Prep because it is an excellent school. In fact, I invite you to come to an event tomorrow featuring MIT researchers and education experts at Noble's Chicago Bulls School Prep campus at 1 p.m. and hear directly about how Noble is impacting the students of Chicago. I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, please, speaker number 4, Edgar Reynoso.
Good morning. My name is Edgar Daniel Reynoso.
I am a lifelong Little Village resident and a product of the CPS school system. Graduated from Gary and Kelly High School. I first want to thank Alex Hamp, who is the Senior Manager Director for Facilities for Chicago Public School System. He partnered with Mibita organization on the cleanup of the 31st and Kedzie lot. It had been an eyesore for the past couple of decades. And through his partnership and our organization's partnership, we've been able to put up new fencing and the area has been cleaned up and it looks a lot nicer. I would also like to add that the CPS, please reinvest in this lot. I know that you currently have about 22 closed properties that are underused or closed, but these properties do not have the technical infrastructure to be able to provide the 21st century education that we would like to see. By reinvesting and opening a new CTA career technical education school designed from the ground up to offer education in trades, performing arts and computer science and programming on the site of the old Washburn. This way CPS can wipe away the stain of racial injustice that occurred there during the 80s and 90s with the cutting of programs and eventual closing of the old Washburn school. I believe that a new CTE school designed from the ground up with community input can help the disenfranchised youth in the Little Village neighborhood and maybe help curb the high level of violence that we are currently going through right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And their next speaker is speaker 23, please. Howard Ehrman. Not here? No. Okay, we'll proceed with speaker 25, please. Mike Hartnett.
Good morning. My name is Mike Hartnett, and I'm a resident of Little Village in the 22nd Ward. I am part of the MiVita community group, which is comprised entirely of volunteers. None of us are paid. We are not affiliated with any political organizations or nonprofit entities. We do not work at the behest of any high-paid lobbyist groups. We simply are, and most importantly, neighbors and Chicago residents. As I've stated at the June and August board meetings, we're asking the Board of Education to maintain the 11-acre site of the Washburn Trade School at 31st and Kedzie as public land. The Board of Education must not sell this property. The people of Little Village and the city of Chicago will decide what we want at 31st and Kedzie Washburn Trade School site. I have several family members that attended Washburn and became union electricians. They went on to have long careers in the industry and earned living wages for their entire lifetime. They were restless students and not doing well in the classrooms of the massive Austin High School. It was suggested that they transfer to Washburn and try a different educational path. They were creative and intelligent individuals and went on to thrive in a comprehensive setting at Washburn. For over 70 years, Washburn Trade School at 31st and Kedzie was one of the largest and most important vocational high schools in the United States. We want a multi-purpose co-location campus that contains a 21st century career and technical education high school. Chicago can again lead the nation in developing an innovative learning and community facility to provide a path to higher wages in the traditional trades, along with newly emerging creative industries. Residents want a community-based plan for the future of the Washburn site. We have a democratic right to decide what happens to it, not private companies and developers bargaining with politicians behind
Mr.
closed
Harnett?
doors. All current plans about the site and sale of the property into private hands must stop until the community has had a time to discuss and decide what they want to see. Furthermore, we would like to request
Thank you,
a
Mr.
meeting with the
Hartnett.
board at some point.
Thank
So
you.
if someone can meet me on our way out to discuss that. Thank
You
you.
can contact the board for board hours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker will be speaker number 6, please. Deb Haas, followed by speaker number 9, Jasmine Jordan Portaz, followed by speaker number 10, Keith Mohammed, and speaker 12, Peggy Burnett Weiss.
Good morning, I'm Deb Haas, parent of CPS graduates and board member of Raise Your Hand. Dozens of schools will soon enter the CPS Hunger Games for a chance to win a new academic program. Honestly, the words compete and win keep coming up, even though public education is a public good, and children should not have to rely on funding games and equity grants to get the basic resources they need and deserve. No large-scale, publicly informed discussion took place to determine we should be a portfolio district or a choice district, and now that framework continues to fail us. The current process exacerbates the competition mindset. It shows the downsides to underfunding schools through student-based budgeting and admits that SBB has also failed. Parents and community voice has largely gone unheard. At the ARA meeting I attended last fall, parents wanted well-resourced schools. They wanted science materials and laboratories and access to rigorous programming in all schools, counselors, nurses, social workers, librarians. If there's an extra $150,000 or $200,000 around, they want to determine how to use it. They shouldn't have to apply to get the school's public tax dollars or be constrained by a narrow set of program options. Meanwhile, the legally mandated Education Facilities Master Plan update from 2018, still marked draft, sits on a metaphorical shelf on the CPS website. State law requires you to support under-enrolled schools. Instead of working with all such communities, you took a top-down approach and instituted an RFP process. Why are you making children depend on school-by-school applications for the resources they desperately need? A truly equitable approach, one that follows the law, provides resources for those in most need. It doesn't require individual schools to apply for them. Schools shouldn't have to compete. Families shouldn't have to choose. Your responsibility is to provide a sound, well-resourced education for
Ms.
all
Hess?
children. Instead, you set up the Hunger Games.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. President, speaker number 9, please, Jasmine Jordan Portas.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Portas, and I'm here on behalf of Rowe Elementary, which is a charter school. I am the after-school poetry coach there, facilitator of the Poetry Club. I've been there for 3 years now. This program was so successful. It's in partnership with the Smart Museum of Chicago at the University of Chicago. The program was so successful that they've recently made a documentary about the program that will be out soon. If anyone's interested in watching it, it's kind of phenomenal. Last year we had an assembly, we had a haiku slam where the students both versus the faculty. That was super successful and really amazing to see everyone come out and actually support each other. The school's like a family, and my students really respect each other and they support each other inside the classroom. These are talented kids, they're smart kids, and they have emotional intelligence. And I think that absolutely shows what kind of school Rowe is. Rowe's created an environment where a program like this thrives. There are other after-school programs, and you can see all the kids coming together and supporting each other. And charter schools like Rowe are a vital part of the community, and I hope with your support that they'll continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Portas. Our next speaker, Mr. President, will be speaker number 10, please, Keith Mohammed. We'll proceed with speaker number 12, Peggy Burnett Weiss. Moving on to the next speakers then, we have speaker number 11, please, Celeste O'Connor, followed by speaker 13, Esmeralda Gutierrez, 14, Raymond Gora, 15, Mary Alice, and 18, Alma Valles. Speaker number 11, please, Celeste O'Connor. Moving on to 13, Esmeralda Gutierrez.
Good morning, Mr. Presidente del Valle, distinguished board members, Dr. Jackson. Oh, thank you. My name is Esmeralda Gutierrez. I'm here today to talk about my children's school, Cisneros Elementary, which is part of Acero Schools Network. I have 2 children attending, Ivan and Eva Ramirez. Ivan is in 5th grade and Eva is in 1st grade. I have very fortunate to have the opportunity to send my children to a great school like Cisneros. Principal Spark and his team are dedicated to their students and to ensure they have academic success. As a sign of their hard work, the school earned a level 1 ranking, demonstrating the high quality of education my children are receiving. Beyond the classroom, the school leaders, teachers, and staff have done an amazing job of building a strong community and culture of inclusion and support with parents. I really hope you all visit our classroom someday, our school,
to see just how excellent it really is. I feel very welcome by the school and enjoy volunteering at Cisneros and to have the opportunity to spend time with the parents, students, and staff that make up the school community. I believe every child in Chicago deserves to go to a great school like Cisneros. It's especially important when those schools serve underserved communities where students don't typically have as many options. Cisneros is a great option. I'm glad I have it. We need it, and my children are doing well because of it. I want to make sure that CPS keeps in mind the success of charter schools like Acero Sandra Cisneros Elementary School. Thank you. I'm very happy and proud of our school and support us. It's a great school.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. We'll go back to speaker number 11, Mr. President. Celeste O'Connor is here.
Hello, my name is Celeste O'Connor. I'm the parent of a 5th and 6th grade student at Alcott Elementary School. My 6th grade daughter is a diverse learner, and as a result, I've been thrust into the world of special ed and CPS. I co-founded a diverse learner committee at our school 4 years ago, and I still co-chair that. I've been regularly attending our parent advisory council to ODLSS, and I'm currently the vice chair. Our original intention was to have office hours with each board member and introduce the PAC members. It took a month and a half to get to see one. I got to see Mr. Sotelo. He was lovely, but we figured it might take us a year to get through you all. So we're here to just let you know that the Parent Advisory Council to ODLSS would like to put the emphasis on the advisory portion. We realize that we have a reputation within CPS of being negative, complainers, and dysfunctional. But you have to remember that we were formed on the heels of a state investigation that found that CPS was violating children's rights on the regular, and that many parents that showed up were angry and had a hard time forming a collaborative relationship with the same district employees in the room. We've been together for over a year. We're really working towards being a collaborative force with CPS. And we would like to invite the board to come to any of our future meetings. I have handed out, when I came in, I handed out our schedule. Our next meeting is December 12th. We meet the second Thursday of every month. And our contact information is on there. If you'd like to reach out to the chair, myself, or our secretary. We know that Mr. Duvall, you signed on to be a hero for special ed, and we thank you for that. We welcome all of you to collaborate with the average parent. As a result of being on the Diverse Learner Committee and on the Parent Advisory Committee, I'm on the ground. I hear stories all the time from parents, and I'm here to tell you that while it may be better, the bar was set so low that it's still pretty grim, and there are still a lot of harms being caused. So we would appreciate collaboration, and we invite everybody to show up. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Excuse me, so kind of, we met before over at the Washington office. Was you part of that group with Dr. Melendez and myself?
Maybe.
Over at the Washington
I'm kind of old. I have a bad
Boulevard
memory.
office as part of a group?
No, but you probably met Miss Dyer, the chair. of the
Right, but I
PAC?
remember
Yes.
someone from all kinds. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. We'll continue with speaker number 14, please. Raymond Gora.
Good morning once again. My name is Raymond Gorn. If you recall, I was here last September. I presented a document binder for you. And inside the document binder contained a DNH removal request and an email from the Office of Inspector General's office indicating an ongoing investigation. Today, I am presenting to you, to the board, and I have, when I walked in this morning, I presented for your review a report I made regarding the Office of Inspector General's investigation. I'm asking you to review the information and exercise your own judgment with respect to the information contained in this report. I'm also asking you to assess the current effectiveness of the Office of Inspector General's office. Lastly, I submitted these allegations in February of 2018. I followed up on these allegations in March of 2019. It's 13 months later. Nothing happened between then. Between March and July, I sat there and waited. In July, I followed up with another request to get a disposition on this matter. It wasn't until then that the Office of Inspector General's office started to begin an investigation. Mind you, this is July. This is after the new board was seated. I've asked you to take this matter very seriously. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gora. The next speaker, please, Speaker 15, Mary Alice, followed by Speaker 18, Alma Velez. We then have Speaker 19, Arnold Steiber, and Speaker 20, Sylvia Cervantes.
Good morning, board members. My name is Mary Atana, and I am the mother of 3 children with disabilities that attend Chicago Public Schools. I am here today in support of and in solidarity with the Campaign for Equitable Early Learning Funding. Recently, community-based organizations that provide Head Start and Preschool for All programs and provide life-saving wraparound services, including childcare and social services support, have been defunded, underfunded. In the case of the Back of the Yards neighborhood, totally obliterated with no other viable options for close to 450 families requiring childcare services. The elephant in the room is universal pre-K. As Chicago Public Schools is ushering in this initiative, programs throughout the city that provide high quality age appropriate programs are being dismantled. The last time I checked, CPS, we are literally on life support. We just got policies put in place for reporting abuse. Our special education systems have been taken over by the state, and we have nowhere near the amount of professionals that are needed as a district as we continue to fix our image so we can attract and keep the best talent. Right now, CPS is moving funding into building out pre-K centers. I say this is not a good idea of using tax dollars, as there are currently community-based organizations that are ready and able to provide high-quality programming to early learners. Has anyone thought that maybe CPS does not have the infrastructure for universal pre-K? Experts are principals throughout CPS, experts in early learning and the needs of this demographic. Kindergarten through 8th grade is in one building. Is this setup conducive to the professionals being experts in the needs of this special group in one building? Board members, I stand here today as a proud CPS parent and volunteer because I believe in Chicago Public Schools and I believe in our best days and are here and still yet on the way. However, I think we need to get our house in order before our babies from throughout the city are brought into the current well-intended experiment called universal pre-K. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker number 18, Alma Velez, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Alma Velez, and I have 5 children who are attending Moving Everest Charter School. One of them is my grandchild, who is first grader, and I have 4 nieces and a nephew who I am a foster parent to, and also attend the school. The most important thing that a parent or a grandparent wants for their children would be for them to be safe and feel like they have people who love them. Moving Everest provides all of that and more for my children. The school is the best thing that could have happened for this community. And I thank God every day that they were able to be enrolled. There were 3 reasons that I choose Moving Everest. First, the teachers are incredible and have been that way since day one. They are loving and supportive, but they also have high expectations for my children. They have taught each of my children to read, and my 5th grader now has the highest GPA in the school. She really loves to read. Second, I choose Moving Everest for the after-school program. The after-school program is open to every student from the time school gets out until 6 p.m. This is so important for working parents to have a reliable and enriching care for their children. But even more than that, this program has provided so many opportunities for my children. They love art and other enrichment programs, and they have sparked a love learning in each of my kids. Now, they don't even like to miss school because they know they won't be able to attend the after-school program. Finally, I choose this school because of where it's located, right in the heart of Austin community. Moving Everest is a neighborhood school serving families from the neighborhood. It matters to me that my children attend a school that is close to home, just 2 blocks away.
Ms. Velez, can you please conclude?
The families that I've met through Moving Everest depend on this school. I urge you to support the charter renewal Moving Everest when you vote early next year. I can't imagine the neighborhood or my family without this school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And the next speaker, please.
Good morning there. My name is Arnie Stieber. I'm an Army infantry veteran of the U.S. war against the people of Vietnam. We are but pawns in the rich man's game of conquest. I'm going to ask you all a rhetorical question. I don't want you to answer it. I know the answer. Would you allow a person in the schools whose main intent, the main job of them is violence? The answer, of course, is no. You don't want violence in your schools. However, you welcome them and give them $17 million a year to stay there. And I'm talking about the military. The main purpose of the military, most people wouldn't admit this, main purpose of the military is the infliction of violence. That's why they're there. That's why they have bombs and rockets and battleships and jet fighters and all that kind of stuff. But they're in our schools every day, welcoming them and spending our tax dollars to keep them there. And why would we do this as a rational person? Why would we do this? Well, we do it because we're taught that it's a wonderful thing. Military defends our freedom, right? And you hear that all the time. DDB Advertising in Chicago just got a $4 billion with a B dollar contract to promote the military. $4 billion. We are but pawns in the rich man's game of conquest. We say education, not militarization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stieber. And our next speaker, please, Silvia Cervantes, followed by speaker 21, Lamont Washington. We will then have speaker 22, Kenyatta Mason, followed by speaker 27, Yakezia Gooden. Ms. Cervantes?
Hi, how's everyone doing? My name is Silvia Cervantes, and I am a parent and community member of Pasture Elementary School, where my only 3 children attend. I am here also with an LSC member, which is part of the community representative for the parents. I'm here to talk to you, and I wish you could see what I see, right? It's always the key to anything. So I put together a very small packet to share with you, but it includes something that's very near and dear to my heart, and also to all the parents in our community. Within your hands at this point is the approval rate by 115% of our parents. We are fighting for a cafeteria. You would also see some pictures that let you know the current status of the buildings that are deteriorating and that are no longer functional. I ask you to please review, read, and consider every single person that signed this petition. We have parents that graduated from Pasture Elementary, and they're starting a new cycle now within their own children. Now their children are enrolling into preschool, and we don't have a cafeteria for them. Wintertime, it's the hardest for us because imagine today, just so that you can have perspective, we are going to be here in this meeting from 10 to 5 approximately. If we are all here for 7 hours without leaving this room, only to use the bathroom, that is what our children are going through every single day during the winter days. I think it's time that you take into consideration all of our pleas, all of our requests, and just give us that very basic need that our children really, truly do deserve. I thank you for your time and I hope that you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes. The next speaker, please, speaker 21, Lamont Washington.
Good morning. I'm Lamont Washington, a site director at By the Hand Clubs for Kids. By the Hand is a faith-based after-school program that serves over 1,600 children in 6 clubs across 4 Chicago neighborhoods. We also serve as 19 Chicago public schools as well. And our aim is to serve the whole child, mind, body, and soul. We have a unique partnership with Moving Everest Charter, which stands, has its own separate 501c3, but it's co-located in our building on the west side. I would like to call it today, instead of a partnership, I would call it a great opportunity. A great opportunity that serves over 500 students every single day, 5 days a week, that provides education, enriching activities, and socio-emotional learning and intelligence activities. A great opportunity that allows By the Hand Club to serve 93% of Moving Everest Charter students. A great opportunity for us to partner and host Literacy Nights, and this is important because we have parents like Ms. Terry, who has a 3rd grade education, and our students that are part of Moving Everest Charter are teaching their parents to read, and they also have activities where they come together. Ms. Terry shared with us that her children reads her mail to her every night. A great opportunity that helps families like the Snelligans who are displaced, but they have a safe place to go from 7:30 a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. and receive healthy meals. Lastly, I'll state that Moving Everest Charter is a great educational solution to the city of Chicago. Moving Everest is changing the trajectory of students that they serve. The students are changing the trajectory of the families are changing the trajectory of the Austin community. The Austin community needs Moving Everest Charter School simply because Moving Everest is Austin, and for the last 5 years have
Mr.
served
Washington?
in office. You cannot have one without the other. I do thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, speaker 22, Kenyatta Mason.
Good morning. My name is Kenyatta Mason, and I'm here on the behalf of Moving Everest Charter School. I'm Director of Culture and Climate there. At Moving Everest Charter School, like my colleague said, it is the Austin neighborhood. As you know, that the Austin neighborhood has suffered some traumas in the years past, but we want to make sure that Moving Everest continues to be a beacon of light within that community for our students. As a 10-year educator, I've taught in schools on the city's south side and the west side. However, what I see at Moving Everest is very unique. One of the things that I strive and my colleagues strive to do is make sure that when we educate the student, we educate holistically, but one aim that we have is a social emotional learning of our students. Making sure that we are building their emotional awareness, their emotional intelligence, so that we can ensure that they go on to live sufficient lives within the community to help change the Austin community. We also try to have a positive approach to discipline, understanding that our students are trauma sensitive, and we want to ensure that positive behaviors are learned in the school, that they transfer from our classrooms into the homes, into their communities. Our teachers are trained and how to conference with students. Our teachers are trained on how to recognize traumas that are showing up in our classrooms, but are not conducive to learning. And it is also something that we want to ensure that we address our students' behavior as a team. So along with myself, behavior specialist, we also have a full-time social worker, a part-time social worker, and a full-time case manager at our school. And we think it's important that we address the level of trauma that many of our students may be experiencing. We also provide resources for our families outside so that they are able to better help our students be successful. The collective team is our responsibility to provide that academic support, the social emotional support.
Ms. Mason?
Thank you. Moving Everest is truly a unique and much needed school on the west side. And I hope that you guys come and visit our school so that you can see the support that Moving Everest provides to our students, and that you vote yes for our charter renewal in the upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Yakwazia Gooden. As she approaches the podium, I'll call speaker 26, Stephen Coper, followed by 28, Mary Kay Haggerty.
Hello, my name is Yaquavia Gooden, and my son is a fourth grader who attends Moving Everest Charter School. As a parent, your number one goal is to ensure that your child attends a school that not only provides safety, but also provides a great quality education. We have been a part of the Moving Everest family since the school broke ground and opened in the Austin community. We chose this school after speaking with the principal at the time and receiving the information on the benefits on what my child would receive. That's being able to be dropped off at school at 7:30 in the morning and receiving breakfast, being able to pick him up at 6 after I get off of work, knowing that he's received dinner and a snack and help with homework. Moving Everest is my son's home away from home. From the teachers, the counselors, the administrative staff, and etc., they all treat my son with the same level of respect that I do in my own home. They push him daily to be the best person that we all know that he can be. They are in constant contact with me, always informing me where my son is within his goals and where we should be pushing him at home. This school has provided the community with more options, with a sense of community also within the school. Moving Everest has shown why schools are considered family. We need to ensure that Moving Everest is renewed because these children have become vested in this school and what it represents. The community has become vested in this school, and the community has become vested in the parents and the students that also attend this school. Without Moving Everest in our community, we will be left with schools that don't necessarily fit what we consider family in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gooden. The next speaker will be Speaker 28, Mary Kay Haggerty. She will go before Speaker 26, Stephen Cooper.
Good morning. My name is Mary Kay Haggerty, and I'm a Sauganash School parent and member of the local school council. At this time of Thanksgiving, I am very thankful for Sauganash School and the excellent education and the sense of community that you feel as soon as you walk through its doors. I'm also thankful for this forum that allows me to share to you today my deep concern about the lack of space at Sauganash School. We need a capital expansion on our campus. Space is our issue. Over the last 10 years, enrollment has grown consistently at 4% per year. And now this year, we have seen a 6% increase. 16 of our 21 homerooms are overcrowded. Every possible space in the building is being utilized for instruction. The converted spaces are not a solution. For example, holding general ed, special ed, or diverse learning classes in a converted storeroom is not acceptable. Our students deserve to be taught in an environment conducive to learning. My son came to Sauganash from another CPS school that had a library, science lab, and full complement of the fine arts, including music, theater, and dance. At Sauganash, the library was lost several years ago. Also, parents have diligently raised funds via donations to purchase musical instruments that now have to be stored away because music instruction space there is no dedicated space, and instead 2 music carts are used to visit homerooms. At this pace, we are on track to lose our art room and STEM room next year if we do not grow the physical space. A change of school boundaries or a cap on enrollment is not an acceptable solution to our problem of overcrowding. We do have a solution. We just need your commitment and your support. We are asking for an addition of 12 classrooms on our campus. These 12 classrooms will allow for 3 classes per grade level
Ms.
in a
Haggerty?
setting that promotes academic success. Please give us our space that we need, and we will fill it with excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. And their next speaker, please, Stephen Cooper.
My name is Stephen Cooper, or what I became known as Colin and Evelyn's dad. I'm a parent of 2 kindergartners at Sauganash School. I grew up in Sauganash, and I cherish the opportunity for Colin and Evelyn to do the same. When we enrolled our children at Sauganash School for 2019-2020, we were shocked to find out there were going to be 90 students for 2 classrooms. We started to look for alternatives. Through the tireless efforts of Principal Munns, a 3rd kindergarten was added. With very limited space, we now have 30 students per kindergarten classroom. Mrs. Munns, through hard work and creativity, was able to perform magic to shuffle things around to accommodate the rising tide of students. This is not sustainable. We're above capacity at 123%. We have had a 6% increase from last year, with realtor projections of 4 to 6% increases over the next 2 years. With the addition of 31 new homes, these projections might be light, turning into class sizes rising to 150% capacity. That's dangerous. The newlyweds are greatly outnumbered in the nearly deads. We're only in the infancy of what will become a crushing tide of growth without the space to accommodate it. Our gym cannot be used for assemblies, plays, concerts, or school and neighborhood meetings. There is no space. For parents, relatives, and spectators, for musicals, sports, science, or art events, we just need more space. A multi-purpose gym built to accommodate 20th century students would be good, but a 21st century facility with 12 more classes is what's necessary. These are not dreams, wants, or wishes. These are our needs. To further advance the excellence with Saguenay School has become synonymous. It's an embryonic relationship with our school and community, and really as the city as a whole. I'm sure you're familiar with the acronym STEAM: science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Without expansion, we are going to be crushed by the tide. We're going to run out of steam. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Our next speakers, Mr. President, will be speaker number 22, please, Saskia Rambots, followed by speaker number 30, Jeremy Winfield, 37, April Campbell, 43, Dwayne Scott, 45, Makita Lee, and 47, Aaron Simovic. Ms. Rambots?
Good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todos. My name is Saskia Gorospe Rambots, and I am here representing the Academy for Global Citizenship, a charter school in the Southwest Side. As the lower school principal, I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce our school to the board and share a little bit about our beliefs and practices, ideas we hope are doing exactly what charter schools were meant to do, have a positive impact on our education system through innovation. At AGC, our mission is to develop mindful leaders who take action to positively impact the communities and the world beyond. Through our rigorous international baccalaureate program, our two-way immersion dual language program, restorative justice practices, and an integrated curriculum in sustainability and wellness, our goal is to ignite a movement of young, committed, bilingual activists that contribute to a more peaceful and just society. We believe in teaching to the whole child. Our inquiry-based curriculum is child-centered, driven by students' natural curiosity and constant questioning. Daily morning meetings, brain breaks, community check-ins support social emotional growth. Wellness classes include physical education, mindfulness, gardening, and environmental justice. And our food program ensures that every child has 2 balanced, organic, healthy, locally grown meals prepared fresh every day. Today, we're housing 2 campuses, and hopefully soon in 2021, we will have the incredible opportunity to move to a new campus, a net positive building that will produce its own energy, where every plant is edible, and with a farm with 600 chickens that will enable us to produce around 70% of the food we consume, all in the Southwest Side of Chicago. I'm here because as a community, we're very passionate about what we do and why we do it. And we want every child in Chicago to have access to the same opportunities and join us in this cause. Everything we do, we share with others, and we invite you all to follow us in this journey and support us in building future partnerships with other schools to ensure a more positive, environmentally conscious, and sustainable Chicago. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please, Jeremy Winfield.
Good morning, all. My name is Jeremy Winfield, and I'm a proud graduate of North Lawndale College Prep High School, where I'm currently teaching and leading out of a passion to give back to a community who's invested so much into the young professional I am today. NLCP has been extremely impactful as it relates to my success to and through college, and now I'm back to where it all started for me. I can describe this impact by shedding light on the fact that I was afforded many opportunities to grow my learning inside and outside the classroom at NLCP, inside and outside the North Lawndale community. I can also describe this impact by making it known that NLCP grounded me in what it means to be a leader in your community, and then ultimately help affect change in the world. The epitome of what NLCP calls a transformational leader. This eventually led me to be in a position to have helped launch the country's first of its kind restorative justice community court right in the North Lawndale community. It's important for NLCP to multiply these types of of successes for the many families who are so desperately relying on us to raise up their young scholars to eventually become the transformational leader I just previously described, one place at a time. When time allows, please visit with us at both of our campuses, either our NOCP Collins campus or Christiana campus. And in closing, as a proud alumni of North Lawndale College Prep and now educator at NLCP, I ask that the board and the leadership of Chicago Public Schools vote yes to renew the charter of North Lawndale College Prep.
Thank you, Mr. Winfield. And their next speaker, Mr. President, Speaker 37, please, April Campbell.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon. I'm April Campbell and I'm here in affiliation with, North Lawndale College Prep as an alumni, as a Posse Scholar, and a proud University of Wisconsin-Madison graduate, and also as the Assistant Director of Civic Engagement at the School of the Art Institute. I'm also a first-generation college student and a first-generation Rwandese American. When I enrolled into North Lawndale, I was immediately intrigued by their coursework, the intense amount of support that staff and faculty provide, whether it's during the day or after school tutoring, which is something that I needed being a first generation Rwandese American and being new to a community that is blighted and is one of the poorest communities in Chicago. So my parents were overwhelmed with the amount of support that they were able to give to us in regards to resources that we could find in the community and ways that I could strategically make my way to college. I work with teachers and staff to prepare myself around college applications and leaned on them tremendously because my parents were not versed on those topics. And they had not matriculated themselves through the academic system that far. So I am in appreciation and adept to North Lawndale for the opportunities that they've given me. Through their Phoenix Rising program is how I would receive the opportunity to receive exposure to the University of Wisconsin. I attended a summer science program and I really loved the campus and the culture. So I decided that this would be the school that I would apply to. And I was also nominated through North Lawndale College Prep to Posse, and they prepped me and prepared me for the interview of amongst almost 2,500 people, and I was chosen to be one of the 11 in my posse. So I am here to advocate for North Lawndale and to just harp on all of the benefits that they've given me as a professional here today. So I invite you to visit the campuses, if you have time. And I ask as a former student and Chicago resident that the board and leadership of Chicago Public Schools vote to renew the charter of North Lawndale College Prep. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Campbell. The next speaker, please, Dwayne Scott.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Scott. I am a proud alum of North Lawndale College Prep, also a current employee. I work with our students in directing our Peace Warriors and our Restorative Justice program at the school, and I'm also a current college student of National Louis University. I'd like to start first by saying that as I attended North Lawndale, I also grew up just a block away from North Lawndale, so I'm also a resident of the community. And I say that because a lot of times in the neighborhood, there were a lot of kids who didn't go to school or they weren't encouraged for that reason. But attending North Lawndale or NLCP really detonated that into me and really made it an encouraging place to come to school. I felt safe. It felt like a home and somewhere I can just come and just be myself and do the things that I needed to do. North Lawndale not only helped me academically, but also socially and emotionally as well. It also, excuse me, helped me to realize that I could rise above the natures of the community and not just be a statistic, but be able to go to high school, graduate from high school, and also go and attend college as I am my senior year of college. It also has helped me or has motivated me to want to come back and give back to the students in the community and the students that attend the school and just be able to reflect and share some of the love and some of the great and wonderful things that North Lawndale instilled in me. With that being said, as a proud alum, employee, and college student, as mentioned, I ask that the board and leadership of Chicago Public Schools also continue the charter of North Lawndale College Prep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And the next speaker, please, 45, Makita Lee.
Good afternoon. My name is Makita Lee, and I am affiliated with North Lawndale College Prep as an alum, intern, fellow, and employee. I graduated from UIC and went on to graduate school at Adler University, where I graduated in 2017. As a North London has offered me extraordinary opportunities, one being a congressional page program while I lived in DC for 6 months while in high school and worked in Congress and learned firsthand about the congressional experience. From there, that piqued my interest in policy. Throughout my high school career, they pushed me and other students to explore and apply to colleges and universities that would provide us with the best chances of success and opportunities to graduate. When I graduated from North Lawndale, they followed me to and through college, provided me with emotional and financial support by helping alleviate some of the challenges that I had, such as paying for tuition, paying for books, and paying for the GRE test I needed for grad school. Once I graduated from grad school, North Lawndale offered me my first job. I hadn't even graduated yet, and I already had a job, which was amazing for me because I was turning 26 and needed health insurance. And since I've been working there, they've offered me a lot of transferable skills to move up within the company and outside of the company as well. All of those things are what makes NLCP important to the West Side of Chicago and to its students. I don't know many schools or any people that offer opportunities for alums to go to college and go through college, who want to come back and go to college years later, offer financial assistance, and make it open for alums to come back. And because of that, they have also promoted peace within the community. They've also provided leaders to the community, and it is a home for many and a safe space for many. And with all that being said, I urge you all to come and visit North Lawndale and urge you all to vote positively and vote yes to the charter renewal.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And their last speaker, speaker 47, please, Erin Simovic.
Hello, my name is Erin Shumanovich, and I am a current employee at North Lawndale College Prep. When I joined NLCP 2 years ago, I was immediately impressed by the school's commitment to providing an exceptional experience for students. As I began my work as the then Director of Academics, I learned about NLCP's unique programming and deep ties to the community. For example, the Phoenix Pact. The Pact is a scholarship program for NLCP students. It has over 25 partner schools, provides on-campus support, and college exposure during students' senior year. The Pact provides a scholarship so our students have zero out-of-pocket cost. I also learned of Phoenix Hall, a home in the community that provides housing and mentoring to our students who experience housing instability. I also loved working with our Peace Warriors, our student-led peace organization that promotes peace within the community as well as other schools, and also teaches all of our current students on the principles of Kingian nonviolence. Another unique program is our senior project. All of our seniors have a mentor as they work to complete a senior research project that concludes with their annual colloquium. I feel incredibly grateful to work for an organization that does so much for our scholars. I have been able to focus on strengthening the academic component of many of these programs, including piloting AP Seminar and next year AP Research to increase the rigor of our senior project. Also noteworthy, we have 2 alums currently teaching these courses. There is also our new Project Lead the Way course. Again, another alum is teaching this course at our Collins campus. We will add another Project Lead the Way course next year. I'm excited to continue our work at NLCP, and as an educator and student advocate, I request the board and leadership of Chicago Public Schools create a positive outcome for the renewal of NLCP's charter. I also invite all of you to visit our campuses and see our work in action. Our students will welcome you with enthusiasm and be grateful for your continued support and participation in their learning.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Winich? Mr. Winich? I just wanted to say thank you for your commitment to the community, to the school, and the great work and impact that you're making there, and all the teachers that are doing it. But thank you for your commitment to doing great work there.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 31, please. Nancy Curran, followed by speaker 32, Pastor Rob Stevenson. We then have speaker 35, Jennifer Jones, followed by speaker 39, Tyrone Covens, 40, Robin Booker, and 41, Yolanda Williams.
Hello. I'm speaker 31, Nancy Curran. And the easiest thing for anybody to do is to follow the law. And I really want to encourage CPS to do that. And I'm not sure why you don't. Everybody wants to speed and go 70 miles an hour down Lakeshore Drive, but you can't because you break the law. Everybody wants to do all kinds of different things, but you can't because you break the law. And I'd really like you to stop doing that. Right now, I'm just out of due process. And of course I won because you're breaking the law. And even when you break the law, with this due process thing I just got done with, and the ruling came in from ISBE, and you guys are under, like, I don't know, investigation, I guess you can call it, from ISBE, and right in the middle of it, you break the law. And I'm not sure, I mean, just follow it. If you see something wrong, you know, I don't know, you have more attorneys than you have nurses and CPS, yet you continue to break the law. I mean, ISB is here, the feds are here, and you break the law. Just stop it, follow the law, and then you won't have any trouble. Then, you know, I mean, even just the case with, I'm sorry, I just showed up. I was doing something else. And you got $500,000 going to that New York agency because of the sex abuse. You know, don't do that to children, follow the law. And it's just over and over again. It's just so easy. And I really wish you guys would just kind of consider it and utilize Mr. Moriarty and his fine staff and follow the law, please. Okay? Thank you.
Thank
you. The next speaker, please, speaker 32, Pastor Rob Stevenson.
Good afternoon. I am Pastor Robert Louis Stevenson of the Rock of Our Salvation Church on the west side of Austin. I am speaking on behalf of Cali Circle Rock School, charter school, and I'm very excited about our charter school because they're making a difference in our community. I've been in the community now for 17 years, pastoring our church on our campus. Unbelievable campus, unbelievable work that they're doing there. Not only that I pastor in the community, I'm also a resident of Austin. And I've watched our children transform in many different ways. Not only that we do educationally, we also have an orchestra. Over 100 children play in our orchestra in our school. I want to invite you all to come, not only have a meeting there, but also come and explore what we are doing on the west side of Chicago. We know it's not reported, but we can tell you life is being changed in that community. And Cali Circle Rock is doing an amazing job with the work. I have several of my parishioners, children who goes to our school, and I'm going to tell you something, they love it. Every year we have fathers, grandfathers, brothers, bring your children to church. Bring your children to school. Unbelievable turnout. 300 to 400 men will come out on that day to bring their children to school. And I'm telling you, because of the life and the spirit of our school. So I want to thank you all for how you continue to believe in what we're doing in the Austin community. May you continue to do the things that God has called you all to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And the next speaker, please, 35, Jennifer Jones. Moving on to the next speakers then, we have speaker 39, please, Tylan Covens. 35 is here. Thank you. Jennifer Jones, please.
Good afternoon.
That's Robin Booker. Thank you. Robin Booker is speaker number 40. Thank you.
Good afternoon, CPS board members. My name is Robin Booker, and I am a 7th grader at Penn Elementary School in North Lawndale, and I am a member of the William Penn Task Force.
My name is Tyron Covens, and I am 8th grade at William Penn Elementary School, and I'm also a member of the William Penn Task Force.
I don't like the playground space we have at, I don't like the outside space we have as a playground at Penn. The ground covered in black tiles that leaves black prints on our clothes when we play on it. The playground equipment has holes in it, and the playground area is small, so it's good for younger kids, but isn't enough room for the middle school students to play and have gym out classes outside.
We need a larger playground for learning and recreation. I would like to have a rock wall with the bridge and a slide down to the ground. I would also like to have a swing and a baby swing so that we can share the play space for our community.
I want a basketball court for the kids to play basketball games. I also like to have track for us to use for running, and the middle school track. In the middle of the track,
can be used for football games. I like to throw the footballs in gym class, but I'd like to have a field to play outside, as our balls get stuck in the ceiling of the gym when we play in the school.
I think that will have the new playground will help me and students like me learn, and I hope that you can help us to get it.
Thank
Thank
you for your time.
Thank you.
And their next speaker is Yolanda Williams, please.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Yolanda Williams. I am the PAC president for William Penn Elementary School in the North Lawndale neighborhood. I appeared before the board in the spring to petition for a rehabbed basement bathroom for our school. That bathroom reconstruction is almost complete now, and the entire William Penn community thanks CPS for authorizing those necessary repairs. Today, we are here again to advocate on behalf of our students. Penn School was built in the early 1900s, so it's over 100 and some years old, and has little space for recreation for Penn and Kipperson students. We have 2 outdoor play yards with play equipment, but these have been closed because of the equipment that is in disrepair and is vandalized with bullet holes. Our Penn PAC formed a task force committee to address the urgent needs of our Penn students. We reached out to a Healthy School Campaign, a partner of CPS, that creates new playgrounds in under-resourced communities. We visited the playground built by the Healthy Schools Campaign in Orozco School in Pilsen, and we were amazed by what we saw. It incorporates outdoor learning with physical fitness, which are 2 goals that we have in mind to improving Penn student experience. Sadly for us at the Penn Task Force meeting we learned that the Penn campus does not have enough space for us to become part of their Healthy Schools Campaign. We were disappointed, but not discouraged. Directly north across the street, on the other side of Penn, or in front of Penn, I should say, is a large empty lot. Our research discovered that the empty lot is owned by the city of Chicago. We're here today to ask for CPS support in getting that lot.
Ms. Williams, can you please conclude?
Okay, which would actually give us that opportunity to have outdoor classrooms and science and cardio workouts and everything. So our students deserve the opportunity of the healthy living and learning. And I hope that this board will agree and support the effort. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Our next speakers, Mr. President, will be speaker number 42, please. Chris Butler, followed by speaker 44, Lou Peister. We then have speaker 46, Evangel Yanubian, and speaker 50, Marguerite Barron. Chris Butler, please. Moving on to Mr. Lou Peister.
Hello, Lou Peister, who began his career at DuSable Upper Grade Center, which used to be housed in the high school. So I connected with Tim Black and get that done. I've been here before where they have discussed one DuSable and somehow it didn't happen. Get it done, I hope. Now, I want to talk about the contract. And I know you all want to say, God, we got through. After 11 days, we're all back to work, all right? But let's see what we actually got. Got a 5-year agreement. That's what the mayor wanted. Get her through the next election, re-election, and when she gets, and you'll get stability. You got all that kind of stuff, and that's going to be extremely beneficial to encourage people to stay in the system and come into the system, like school nurses, like social workers. Also, the mayor wanted some language, I'm sure, that said, if we get the, I won't call them bodies, positions, certified personnel, that's in the agreement. I know you have full intention of staffing the schools. but that you have some language in there, and you put it in there, and it's phased in, which, by the way, Sharkey said even before the strike, it should be phased in, but you needed language. Let's talk about class size. The whole thing was we're going to go down to 25, 20, 28. And it didn't happen. Class sizes have remained the same. That committee you set up, there was already a committee to deal with class size. Those who were here before you guys got here remember me speaking to that issue
Mr.
more
Peister?
than once. There was a mechanism to deal with that. You didn't do anything with the librarians, which I think is almost borderline criminal, if not criminal. You need to do something about that. This agreement does not do that. On the 8:30, the prep time, in the first contract that this leadership was part of, they agreed to get rid of the 8:30. They gave it up.
Thank you, Mr.
And then they
Peister.
came back and said, oh, we got to have that.
Mr.
8:30.
Peister,
All right.
thank you.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
I can say is I will do another round tomorrow at the pension fund. So you'll get the other round. All right.
Dwayne and I look forward to that.
All right. Thank you.
The next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker number 46, please. Evangel Yanubian.
Greetings. December 18, 2019 is Divinity Day in Chicago. It marks the 154th anniversary of the ratifying of the 13th Amendment that abolished slavery in America. The 400 Years of African American History Commission Act, H.R. 1242, was passed by Congress and signed into law on January 8, 2018. The purpose of the commission is to carry out activities throughout the United States on the impact and contributions of 246 years of the arrival of kidnapped and enslaved Black people from the continent of Africa, followed by 88 years of heart and mind damage and 11 years of movement protests until 1965 to enforce the rights to vote granted in the 15th Amendment. The total 345 years of crimes against the humanity of Black people until May 17, 1954. However, the heart and mind damage has been passed on without reparations for 3 generations, and the vestiges still exist today. All American history, this is American history. So advocates for the indigenous Native Black American rights want CPS students to comply with the commission and encourage civic, patriotic, historical, and educational activities by participating on December 18th for civic engagement in 2 ways: learning the Negro National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing, that told Blacks history by singing before it was allowed to be taught in schools. This topic will promote racial respect. Encourage unity and cultural coexistence on December 18th by wearing the colors red, black, and green, and explaining the meaning of each color and why they are on a flag, how it relates to the 13th Amendment. All Americans are invited to form a red, black, and green human wreath of respect on march around City Hall at 12 noon, sing and lift every voice and sing on December 18th,
Yanubian.
Divinity Day, to commemorate 2016 to 2019. My question: what is the procedure, and how do I and who do I contact to get school participation?
Can anyone respond to that? McDade?
I have someone here, representative here. Elisa will meet you at the end to connect you with our Office of Social Science and Civic Engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 50, please, Margaret Barron. As she approaches the podium, I'll call 51, Judith Vasquez, followed by 52, Rosalind Jackson, please. Ms. Barron? Yeah, she'll distribute them.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I'm Marguerite Barron. I'm an elected parent representative of the Hitch Elementary LSC on the Northwest side, as well as the elected representative for the Northwest region for the Local School Council Advisory Board, or LSC-AB. And I really want to thank Board Member Dr. Todd Breland for attending our meeting on Monday, because that shows so much engagement and commitment to your role on the board, and I truly, truly appreciated you being there. As a newly elected member of the LSCAB, this is my almost end of my second term on an LSC, but I have some observations and questions about how this body, the LSCAB, is being organized and managed, as well as being leveraged by the board and CPS. In the past 2 years, there's been a lot of talk about an elected representative school board for Chicago, and I completely support that. None of these conversations have included or addressed the existence of this advisory board, which is a body of 6 elected representatives from LSCs and 9 appointed LSC members. And I'm seeing this could be a missed opportunity for incubating what an ERSB could look like and how they could partner. Also, since being elected to the LSCAB, I've been surprised at the lack of transparency around the organization, even for its elected members. In this supplemental handout that I'm providing, you can see that their website lists members from 2017 and did not even update to update the website for midterm replacements, has not yet been updated for 2019. There's a board appointed chair who has not changed since the inception of the LSCAB. It has been the same chair, and the chair appoints the vice chair. The website does not post their agendas or their minutes. And in fact, the LSCAB received an F grade from the City Bureau for their transparency or lack thereof.
Ms. Barron, can you please conclude?
Oh, yes, sorry. My request is just to take a look at the LSCAB to see how this could become a resource for community engagement from your LSC members. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, Mr. President, 51, Judith Vasquez, please.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle and Dr. Jackson. Good to see you guys again. I'm here actually for pre-K 3. I've been an advocate almost all my life, my adult life, for education. And I honestly believe that you guys are really cheating our 3-year-olds out of academics. I say this because I have 8 children of my own. I have 5 biological, 3 I adopted, and all my children have been able to go to De Diego preschool since they were young. They're adults now. My kids are successful kids because there was structure, solid foundation, and high academics at De Diego back when McDougal was there, Mr. Del Valle would know. And I really encourage you to rethink this 3-year-old and allow them to come back in January, because we have the space. We had to close 2 classrooms to accommodate just the 4-year-olds. So we lost money anyway. If you're bringing the 3-year-olds back, you're allowing schools to grow their children, because the younger you get the children, the better their comprehension skills are. I'm just saying, please, please allow these kids to come back. We have waiting lists in our community. I'm part of the CAC. We have a waiting list for 3-year-olds. As soon as you give the okay, they will open those 2 classrooms back up at Diego and bring in those 53 students if allowed. Please, please, we urge you as parents, because I'm representing parents, to allow these 3-year-olds to come back. Let us grow our kids. This is what you're about. I know this is what you're about. Let us continue growing our kids. Bring our 3-year-olds back, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. And the next speaker, please, 52, Rosalind Jackson. As she approaches the podium, I'll call 53, Deborah Benjamin Kohler, followed by 54, Natasha Dunn, and 55, Elizabeth Weiner. Ms. Jackson?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosalind Jackson. I'm here on behalf of I have guardianship over my grandchildren. Okay, when school started in September, I enrolled my grandchildren under the Homeless Act. Okay, and that was through DCFS. I'm working with Metropolitan, which they told me. So as I enrolled them in, we've been having a little problem with the principal. The principal disenrolled my grandchildren on October the 9th without my knowledge, without her telling me anything. She just disenrolled them. And I'm still bringing them to school that whole week during October the 9th. When I bring them back to school on October the 14th, then that's when I was told to go to the office. So I go to the office, she runs in her office, she closed the door. Her secretary, Miss Johnson, she's running all around. No one want to answer me, no one want to tell me anything or why my grandchildren was disenrolled. So I gave them all the paperwork that I had. Like I said, I wrote them under the Homeless Act. The paperwork that I gave them was through Metropolitan, which is an agency worked through DCFS. Okay, I've been fighting for my grandchildren. They have been enrolled, like I say, for the first week of September. So I asked her, why were my grandchildren disenrolled? She told me because of the paperwork that I had, that she's spoken to someone at the law department, and the law department said that there wasn't enough information. So I said, well, who did you speak with at the law department? So she never told me who she's spoken with. So I called the law department. I spoke with Ms. Adams. I gave my complaint to Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams passed my complaint on to Mr. Stadius Wright. I spoken with Mr. Stadius Wright. I explained to him about everything, what was going on. After then, the school had went on a strike. So now the school come back from off the strike. So now they doing the investigation. Miss Phillips, she's over the program under the Homeless Act. So Miss Phillips reached out
Ms.
to her.
Jackson,
Yes.
can you please conclude?
Okay, well, in conclusion, this is nothing but a retaliation of our principal, because she got, when we did her evaluation, she got a 1.5. But the LSC, we all agreed upon for her, you know, to try to give her a chance with a 2.0. Okay, but ever since then, she has been retaliated. She has retaliated against towards my recording secretary, Mr. Roy Bowden. She went after my vice chair, Theo Jones. Now she's attacking my grandchildren. I have left you, Dr. Jackson, I have left several emails to inform you about what was going on. I never got a reply. So I'm steady going after, you know, fighting for my grandchildren to get back in school. I didn't reach out to the
Thank you, Ms.
chief.
Jackson.
I didn't reach out to the chief network was because she told me, and she told other members, that we cannot come to her to complain about her principal because she stand by her principal. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm so upset, and I'm quite sure you guys could feel the pain if you're parents or if you're grandparents. My grandchildren was removed because of retaliation. So now I'm still fighting for my grandkids, because when I bring my grandkids back to school, they had the audacity to make me bring my grandkids to the office. So the teachers to come down there and get them, you know, and then it's so much going on here at the school with the principal, but nobody's caring. But yet I hear you guys talk about education for the kids. Y'all all about the children, but nobody's about the kids here.
Ms.
Do we
Jackson.
have someone who could follow up with her, please?
Ms. Jackson, first I want to just acknowledge that our CEO did request that I personally look into your concern and your case after your email, after having talked to the network chief and the principal. I do have Elisa Botello here who's waiting to talk to you to address it, and so we'll further investigation in all of the claims that you've made and come to a resolution. So she's standing right there, just waiting to get your information and have a discussion about your concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 53, please. Deborah Benjamin Kohler.
Hi, my name is Deborah Benjamin Kohler. I'm a special education parent, and I'm part of the Parent Advisory Council. I'd like to thank President Del Valle for making his pledge a few weeks ago to be a champion for special education, and I look forward for the rest of the board to join him. Special education has been under attack in CPS since 2013, when 50 schools were closed, and several of those schools happen to have specialty programs that were closed down, cut, or never replaced again. We know about 2016, 2017, the procedural manual that cut and delayed and denied services to special education students, including my own. And there have been deep cuts to special education totaling about $77 million worth. Meanwhile, students were suffered and corrective action has not been handed out 18 months after the inquiry. At the Illinois General Assembly education hearing a few weeks ago, we heard testimony regarding post-inquiry, and even ODLSS representatives were shocked by or felt there was a problem. And the a plan that is on cps.edu that is up for public discussion does not seem to go far enough. It's very vague, and to offer a parent a Chromebook and CPS determined summer school is kind of insulting when we were inconvenienced, our kids were harmed, and the choice should now be up to us to specifically and intensely repair our children. I'd like to talk about programs that have been cut, autism programs. There's a very small autism and behavioral department that only gets called out under crisis. It's stretched very thin. There's under 5 BCBAs in there. The dyslexia is not being addressed in CPS, even though 1 in
Ms.
10
Kohler,
students
can you
have it.
please conclude?
Okay, I'd like you to look into the $135 million curriculum that was whipped through this board the day before you were all put in. There was a curriculum that, raise your hand, asked to be tabled, but was rammed through the old board, and you did not get a choice to use that $135 million for evidence-based curriculums and to repair special ed.
Thank
Please
you,
look
Ms.
into see
Kohler.
if that curriculum can be reversed, and then you could spend $100,000 at each of the 600 schools, have a $60 million budget, and have $75 million in savings to spend to educate our special needs children. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 54, please, Natasha Dunn. Last call for Natasha Dunn. 55, Elizabeth Weiner, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Weiner, and I am here as a member of the Burley community. This is my neighbor, Rob Moon. Burley is a neighborhood school in Lakeview, a very high-performing school, highly desirable school. But that wasn't always the case. When I moved there 17 years ago, my son was the only child in the neighborhood who went to Burley. Today, our neighborhood is teeming with children who go to Burley. They walk together to school, good for the environment, good for their health. Their classmates are their neighbors. We are a true neighborhood school. Burley's growth reflects the hard work of its principals, administrators, staff, teachers, students, everybody, but especially the parents who chose to make Burley flourish. Our goals is to share with you that our neighborhood's objectives and goals as Burley faces enrollment challenges. Our desire is to work with CPS to develop long-term, scalable solutions that can help Burley provide educational excellence to our children while continuing to be part of a stable, unified community where diversity and equity are valued. Congruent with that is the goal of keeping families in the city and enrolled in CPS to enhance the city's vibrancy. We believe there are opportunities to bring new thinking to enrollment challenges by making Burley more inclusive, by broadening its reach, and serving as a model to other schools. We are concerned that any effort to make Burley exclusive will only serve to harm our children, disrupt families, introduce uncertainty where none is needed, and divide our community. That is not what our community wants, and that is not a solution that will keep families in the city and in CPS. Our desire is to work with CPS to find common ground. Our desire is for CPS to hear our voices. Our desire is for CPS to include us in the process of addressing Burley's enrollment challenges. Working collaboratively with CPS, we believe we can take something that is great and help make it better for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Weiner. Our next speakers, Mr. President, will be speaker number 57, Karen Amende, followed by 58, Terry Smith, and the last speaker, speaker 59, Martha Escogido. Karen Amende, last call. Moving on to the next speaker, 58, Terry Smith.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Last Thursday in our CPS community, a 9-year-old girl went into cardiac arrest on her school bus at Christopher School, was found by the bus driver, and tragically subsequently died. We can't say whether or not her life would have been spared had she had a bus aide or a dedicated nurse on the bus. But at the very least, she would not have died alone. And I would like to use the last of my minute and 34 seconds to observe a moment of silence in memory of that small child and all the other children who are underserved in the special ed and medically fragile community here in CPS. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And our last speaker, Mr. President, speaker 59, please, Martha Escogido. Last call for Martha Escogido. Mr. President, this concludes public participation.
Thank you. Are there any board members' comments or questions? Not. This concludes public participation. We will now move into a short recess. Board Member Rome, do you have a motion?
Move that the board take a 20-minute recess.
May we have
Second
a
the motion.
Thank you, and I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Yes.
Member Ted Breland.
Yes.
Member Truss.
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. This meeting will now go into a 20-minute recess. Please note that if you leave the building, you will have to go through the screening process again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
I'm going to start.
Rather than that, well, at least,
I'm going to
at
start.
least if nothing else, hopefully you get it so R&R.
He's coming. We will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. CEO Dr. Jackson, we are ready for your CEO report.
Thank you, President Del Valle. We have 3 updates today. We will start with the amended budget for FY 2020, and I believe Mike Sikowski and Heather Wendell, our budget director, will be leading that presentation. My apologies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Today I will be walking you through the high-level pieces of the FY 2020 amended budget. This is the budget that we presented at the hearings on the 12th of this month and that we will be asking for a vote on today. So to recap, we did pass the initial budget for FY 2020 in August, and the original FY 2020 budget that was approved at the August 28th board meeting included $6.2 billion of operating expenses and a total budget of $7.7 billion. The budget reflected major investments to support the 5-year vision and the district's continued academic progress through several key investments. There were critical building improvements for more than 300 schools in the city that were reflected in the August budget. It was our largest ever capital investment in pre-K classrooms as well. We also had support for the largest ever expansion of high quality academic programs, which include STEM, IB, fine and performing arts programs. It was a $10 million investment to support the first year of the district's multi-year commitment to additional nurses, social workers, and case managers. And $12 million to support English learners at more than 100 schools. All of those investments and all of the other components of the August 28th budget still remain in place. There are no changes or reductions in any of those. And in some cases, as we get into the contract, there are commitments to do things in the out years related to some of these initiatives as well. Also reflected in the 2020 budget was an initial assumption around the costs associated with the bargaining agreements. This was both the Chicago Teachers Union Agreement, the CTU, and the Service Employees International Union, the SEIU, their collective bargaining agreements. They were under negotiation at the time in August, so we had some placeholders in there. One of the major drivers of the amended budget today is the agreements that we have since reached with both CTU and SEIU. And so slide 3 just gives a high-level overview of the 5-year commitment on these contracts. Again, the piece specifically that you'll be voting on today is related to the pieces that are part of the FY20 budget, but to give some sense of the overall frame, we wanted to provide this overview as well. The term of the contract in both cases is 5 years. This reflects base compensation increases of 16% cost of living adjustments over the 5 years. There's a 3% cost in FY 2020. Staffing increases, as I mentioned on the previous slide, the commitments for FY 20 remain unchanged, but in each of these areas, by the end of 2023 or July of 2023, we expect 209 additional social workers, one assigned to every school, 250 additional nursing positions, one assigned to every school, 180 additional case managers, which is 280 by the end of the contract. This is 60 above what the July commitment it was, but in all 3 of these cases, as you'll recall in July and in part of the August budget, we passed the initial investment for FY20 in all 3 of those areas. In addition to those, there's also under the bargaining agreement, 120 equity positions by FY23 in the highest need schools. And these would include titles like counselors, restorative justice coordinators, and librarians. Additionally, there's an expansion of the ELPT program, the English Learner Program teachers. This lowers the threshold required in terms of number of students to qualify for a full-time teacher from 200 English learners to 150. And there's some very targeted investments in the students with temporary living situations, STLS, and supports for those students. Full-time school community representatives would be staffed in all schools with 75 or more STLS students, and 2 positions in schools with 140 or more. And there's also a commitment to maintain at least the current clinician staffing levels. In addition to the staffing increase, some other major investments reflected in the 5-year agreements. There's a $35 million annual between FY21 and FY24 commitment to reducing class size throughout the district. $5 million annually from FY21 to 24 to support sports programming. $5 million annually for veteran teachers. There are restructured wage scales for both CTU and SEIU support staff, which we believe will help with recruitment and retention of titles within those groups. And then investments in pipeline and tuition reimbursement programs. So in terms of the pieces that are reflected in the amended budget for 2020, there are costs associated with the pieces of the contract that will be in place from now till June 30th. That's what's included in the amended budget that you'll be voting on today. So the amended budget includes the following material changes from what you approved in August. There's $48 million in additional expense related to the costs for CTU and SEIU, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the major line items there. There's $68 million in reduced expense due to the instructional days from the strike that will not be made up. There's $60 million in reduction in revenue from the loss of the city subsidy to support the staff pension costs, and $66 million in increased TIF surplus revenue, which was above the $97 million that was originally in the original budget in August. And finally, there's $26 million in reduced short-term borrowing. So going into each of these items in a little bit more detail. So the $48 million in increased labor costs is tied mainly to the wage increases under the 2 now negotiated contracts. $33 million of the increased expense reflects the following items from the CTU agreement. There's $15 million in increased wages and benefits. That's primarily the increment above the 2.5% that we assumed in August. So the budget that you passed in August assumed a 2.5% wage increase in both the CTU and the SEIU. In both cases, we landed at 3, and on the CTU side, this first line item is primarily driven by that differential. There's also $11 million of the 33 to support a restructured wage scale for teaching assistants, nurses, and other support staff within the CTU. $5 million for substitute teacher incentives in hard to staff schools, and pipeline initiatives for the nurse, social work, and case manager programs. And then finally, $2 million for additional class size reduction in this year. So we do currently have a model for class size reduction. This $2 million will allow us to augment that program for this year prior to the $35 million commitment kicking in 21 and in the subsequent years. On the SEIU side, there's $15 million of increased expense for the FY20 budget. This reflects $2 million for the incremental cost of getting to the 3%, which was the final piece of the contract. And then $13 million for a restructured wage scale or stipends for new special education classroom assistants, security guards, custodians, and bus aides. Again, investments that we feel will help attract and retain staff in those titles. With regards to pension changes that are part of this amended budget, there are 2 pieces related to the support staff pensions for this. So the Municipal Employees Annuity and Benefit Fund, the MEABF, is the pension fund that is impacted here. The first change here is that CPS will reimburse the city for $60 million, which reflects a recent annual payments that the city has been making on behalf of CPS to MEABF. So we will now pick up those costs. That represents a reduction on our revenue side within this amended budget of $60 million. The second moving piece with the MEABF is that CPS will budget an additional $138 million in offsetting revenue and expense to reflect the city's additional payments towards CPS's portion of the MEABF's unfunded liability. So essentially, the second line item is a net neutral from a budget perspective in that it is a non-material update. It reflects the accounting treatment of the payment that is made on behalf of CPS. So the $138 million does not come to the district at all. It's a payment that is made on behalf of us, but reflected in our accounting as an in-kind. We are, as part of the the amended budget, reflecting this on our expense and revenue to match that accounting. Slide 7 shows a further breakdown of these two pieces. So the total estimated FY20 employer contribution to MEABF for CPS employees is $198 million. There's the $60 million in the top line, which is the material update to the budget. This is what was previously covered by the City of Chicago and is included in the amended budget as a reduction in the revenue. There's a line item for $138 million, which is in the amended budget as offsetting revenue and expense. This is the total covered by the City of Chicago that will continue to be covered on behalf of us as an in-kind payment. The total of $198 million is our total estimated FY20 employer contribution to MEABF on behalf of CPS employees. Slide 8 provides a one-slide summary of the various items that we've just walked through in terms of the changes. So the amended budget in total reflects $144 million of new operating revenues and expenses. This is a total of $7.84 billion, which includes $6.32 billion in operating expenses. Again, this is an increase of $144 million from the budget approved in August. The material changes on the top 2/3 of the slide include the $33 million in increased CTU costs and the $15 million in SEIU costs on the expense side. On the revenue side, we see the loss of the city subsidy for MEABF, but the increase in TIF funding by $66 million above the $97 that was approved in the original August budget. On the expense side, we see a decrease from the days lost to the strike in terms of an expense side change, and then a reduction in our short-term debt of $26 million for material change total of $6 million. The bottom section details the non-material change, which is the accounting treatment of that remaining $138 million MEABF subsidy from the city. So there's a net zero budget impact there. Again, it aligns the budget reflection of this item to how it is treated in our accounting side. That concludes the presentation. I can take any questions.
I want to allow time for questions after each report. So let's proceed with questions. Dr. Jackson, before we go on to the next one. Okay, thank you.
So I have two questions about the MEABF. For the first, and they're both about the annual payment, the 60 million, not the 138. So for the 60 million payment, can you just confirm that, one, these are for CPS employees and the city has been covering them previously, and that is the same arrangement now that other sister agencies have? And then the second question is about when this will come back up to us again. So is this something that we will vote on or have some power to renew annually? Because we had some question about that. And in relation to the both revenue and expense, right? So TIF varies year to year. The 68 million in expense change won't be there for next year. So just a sense of how often we will be able to discuss and renegotiate if necessary the MEABF annual payment.
Could you move the mic closer, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There are 31,000 employees as part of the MEABF and 55%, around 17,000 of those are CPS employees. This arrangement now, where we're covering the normal cost, is equivalent to other sister agencies that cover their pension obligations. Relative to your question about the renewals have to be approved by CPS and the City of Chicago on an annual basis. Okay. The expectations is that, similar to what we've been doing, is that we will work with the city to ensure alignment, but the contract does not bind us to a 40-year term. We do not have the ability to bind the board to a 40-year term because the funds have not been appropriated. So this is something that will be going to both the city and the Board of Education on an annual basis for renewal.
Thank you.
On the 138 million in offsetting revenue, are the sister agencies doing the same thing?
On the in-kind,
For the unfunded liability, right?
my understanding is there's a contribution that is made on behalf of the sister agencies. in a
And are
similar
they
fashion.
recording it also?
Are they recording
Would you
it
know whether they're recording it the same way we're going to be recording it now?
from
in
the
our
accounting
books?
treatment
Yes.
standpoint? So I do not know the answer to that.
Check that, but all of the other sister agencies, their budgets are included in the city's budget, so we can go and look, but CPS is unique. And because we have a separate budget, but we could get clarity on how it
Yes,
is
absolutely.
itemized
From
in
an
their
accounting
budget. Yeah, we can
standpoint,
get
I'm-
clarity. I
I'm
don't want to
wondering.
misspeak because I'm not familiar,
Correct,
but
and
we
I'm
can
not-
follow up immediately.
Yes. we can get
Maybe
that.
Mike, you can take a look it up. Okay.
Any other questions? Yes.
This is not a question, it's more of a comment, just given kind of the discussions that have been going on in terms of the position with the increase to this year's, actually a decrease to this year's budget, but the total increase going forward, right? So I like just your comment in terms of our ability, since we had the extensive discussion when we approved the first budget, right? And the risks and opportunities that we had with the first set of budgets. In terms of our ability to manage this going forward, what, if anything, does that change in how we manage our budget going forward with the expected revenue contributions and the expected capital markets access to help us have ongoing balanced budgets going forward, given the impact of the changes we're making now and the impact that it has going forward?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Within the overall contract, I mean, there are a couple of things at play. One is the fact that it's a 5-year agreement. And so with, great certainty, the fact that labor is our single largest cost center, we are able to understand with great clarity what the cost will be for many years to come in that cost center. So there's certainty that comes with the planning there. And within all of this, the overall costs related to the contract, we feel are completely manageable within what we would normally expect to be the normal sense of revenue growth. So understanding the projection of moderate growth, understanding that the state continues to put the minimum statutory requirement into their state funding formula. If we continue to see the similar trends within the local revenue side, we feel like within what we would normally do from a year-to-year budget process, that there won't be any specific concerns related to the contract being able to manage and cover those costs.
Great, thank you.
So you are telling us that we could assume that with normal revenue growth next year, we'll be able to cover the 60 million that this year is covered by the TIF dollars, the additional TIF dollars that we received.
So for the MEABF portion of this budget overall, I think, yes, I mean, we would always plan to be able to try to do that. As Arnie mentioned, it's going to go year to year within that. So we have the opportunity each year to discuss with the city what that obligation will be. And as you mentioned, also the TIF conversation is something that happens from year to year.
It's an annual
So,
conversation.
and so certainly we would always, hope for the most positive revenue outlook possible. But obviously have continued to think of this as, understanding what it might look like for 21 and trying to manage to both the $60 million as an ongoing cost and then the contract as well.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Excuse me, Joshua has a question for Heather.
So, in regards to the building improvements, how can schools or parents or students know where each school stands on the list of some capital projects?
For capital projects, Arnie, do you mind?
So relative to the question, so last year we put together what we thought was an improved capital planning process, but we know that the community engagement and to your point, where schools stand relative to the tiers of, the different projects associated with the capital plan. So we will be, now that the work stoppage is behind us, we are going to be starting the capital planning process for fiscal year 21 relatively soon. And one of the key improvements that we've been talking to leadership is making sure, especially with our biannual assessments, soon to be completed, that we'll have a better understanding of how to properly inform communities of where they stand and make sure that they are not, kind of surprised as to why something made the list or something did not. So look for that in the next couple of months as we roll out a new process.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we can proceed to the next report. One question.
I asked lots of questions during the budget hearing, and I appreciate the information that you provided. I had one question about the timelines. You mentioned that revenue comes from the state, revenue comes from the city, decisions about TIF funding, for instance, and the negotiation of this IGA. There are a lot of moving parts, as you know way better than me. What are we aiming for in terms of figuring out the 21 budget? What's the latest it could be? How early could we make it? And are there any pros and cons of various choices there?
Sure. So with a fiscal year that starts on July 1, we statutorily are required to pass a balanced budget by 60 days in. So that means the last day we'd be able to pass a budget would be August 29th annually. In terms of pros and cons and trade-offs and things, I think those are all things that we likely will start and annually continue to sort of weigh through the process. Obviously, we work within passing the budget June, July, or August. And the later you wait, the more you know about the revenue picture and things. And so I think in terms of pros and cons, there are always things on both sides. But the overall timeline is guided by the fact that we must take action, must present a balanced budget by that August 29th date.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Now we will have a presentation by Cammie Pratt, who is the district's Title IX officer. She will provide us with an update on her office, the Title IX office and Office of Student Protections, and provide an update on our efforts to protect students and build a safe and supportive school district.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle, members of the board, Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade. I'll be presenting both a data summary and then some key updates. As far as the data summary, we'll be looking at data from this school year. So September 3rd is the first day of school and through October 31st. So you'll see that student misconduct does continue to account for most of the reports that we are getting, which being 75% are student misconduct, 15% CPS adult misconduct, 9% non-CPS adult misconduct, and then there's 1% unknown. That unknown refers to reports that are made against an adult, but the student wasn't able to necessarily identify who that adult was. When we look at the case volume year over year, we can see that it remains significantly higher this year than it did last year. So the increases that you'll see are really due to the public awareness campaigns. We had all staff training this fall, Title IX school representatives for the district and charter schools. And despite being out for 2 weeks, we still see a significant increase, as you can see, really in all the cases in total. So adult on student cases, student on student cases, we see an increase across the board. And here we're looking at our increases across most types of the adult misconduct cases. Again, most of them we're seeing an increase across the board here as well. I think it really goes to show that the efforts that we put forth over the last year with training, with awareness campaigns, reaching out, having Title IX school representatives at all the schools is really paying off. and students know where to go to when they have misconduct to report. We look at our student allegations by issue type. We see a lot, the top there, you'll see a lot of gender, sexual gender harassment, inappropriate touching, sexual electronic communication, and then sexual violence and dating violence, sort of rounding out the top areas that we see reports in. I think I went the wrong, did I go the wrong way? Yes. There we go. Okay. Adult allegations by issue type. Here you will see that grooming accounts for most of the adult allegations. You'll note too in this slide that the blue is for CPS affiliated adults, while the gray are non-CPS affiliated adults. So we're seeing that we are receiving those reports of grooming. People really are reporting any incidents of concerning behavior that they think may be identified as grooming. We see sexual violence, sexual and gender harassment, and inappropriate touching, again, rounding out most of the reports that we're seeing there against adults. Here, when we break down reports of adult misconduct, 59% of those are CPS employees, 3% are CPS vendors, 23% are home-based adults, 12% community adults, and again, we have 3% that are unknown. And just as a reminder, we're always supporting the students in all of those cases. So even if the adult's not known and we can't really conduct an investigation, the student that is impacted is still receiving support. And I'll move on to our key updates. So just really a look back on where we've been with Title IX. So CPS's journey to increasing our Title IX supports. We know that last spring of 2018, we hired Maggie Hickey to review all of our practices, policies, and procedures for addressing sexual misconduct. The summer of that year, we instituted the Protecting Chicago's Children's Task Force and also created the Office of Student Protections in Title IX. Also, at the end of that summer, Maggie Hickey issued her preliminary report. In the fall of 2018, OSP launched our hotline, so our phone line was open. The OIG also began taking cases of sexual misconduct involving CPS affiliated adults. And in the spring of that year, this year, 2019, we started reporting publicly to show transparency around what we were seeing and the reports that we were receiving, and also as nominated as the Title IX officer in spring of this year. This fall, we signed an OCR resolution agreement, and I'll go into further details in some of the other slides. And we also merged the Equal Opportunity and Compliance Office under the Office of Student Protections in Title IX, and Maggie Hickey issued a follow-up report. So in collaboration with the United States Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, sorry, straighten my face. We had already been, since June of that year, June of 2018, carrying out a major overhaul of our Title IX supports and services. And as part of our unwavering commitment to student safety and well-being, we did enter into a resolution agreement with the Office for Civil Rights. The agreement really memorializes a lot of the work that had already been done from June of 2018 on. And again, we're committed to working with OCR to ensure that our students receive the full supports that they deserve. Since the agreement was signed, we have updated and widely distributed our notice of non-discrimination statement, notified parents, students, and former students who reported sexual harassment since September 1st of 2016 to CPS personnel while participating in CPS educational programs or activities. If they felt they were in need of remedial services to restore their access to CPS education and programs, they were able to file a complaint, and they had until November 15th to file a complaint. We did receive 3 complaints that were backdated for that look back on those cases. We have also implemented structural changes by merging the Equal Opportunity and Compliance Office with the Office of Student Protections in Title IX. And on this next slide, you will see what the new office looks like in our new structure here. And just to go over this, so in the coordination area, you will notice that we have new this year, the school year field specialists. They're assigned geographically to schools. They provide support to students, schools, and the community on OSP high-level cases. If you notice in our investigations unit, we have added the EOCO investigations under that unit. We have also taken physical abuse cases in our effort to expand our supports to students. And in our compliance and training area, we have, this past July, the sports compliance and coordinator moved over. So that's our Title IX sports and compliance coordinator is now under our office. And we are adding a trainer, a data analyst, a compliance specialist for support with the EOCO as well as the OCR resolution agreement. Since the OCR resolution agreement, we've been working on completing the following actions. We updated the Title IX policies and procedures and provided those to the Office for Civil Rights for their approval. They will come before the board. Hopefully, we're hoping in February as soon as we receive their feedback. Those updated policies and procedures were for the Office of Student Protections in Title IX. We updated also policies and procedures for the EOCO, and we also crafted a new student and parent guide, which explains in student and parent-friendly language the supports that our office provides, how to report incidents, what types of incidents that we take, and what their rights are in those investigations. We have revised our case management protocols, and we are now looking at a new case management system that specifically will help us with Title IX case management. And we submitted the plan for that to the Office for Civil Rights at the end of October, and we are awaiting their approval for that. We implemented district-wide mandatory training for all staff on protecting Chicago's children. That training actually was completed this year, but we will provide revisions to the Office for Civil Rights and by July of next year for their approval for next year's training. To dig a little bit deeper in the Protecting Chicago's Children's training that all the staff took this year, that training went over understanding the role, terminology, and procedures of the Office of Student Protections in Title IX, as well as the Office of the Inspector General, identified laws, district policies, reporting procedures, and types of investigations related to sexual misconduct. Went over learning about the prevention of sexual misconduct through the identification of concerning behaviors early, and also identified the policies and procedures related to being an Illinois Department of Children and Family Services mandated reporter. We also received in September Maggie Hickey's follow-up report. Her report concluded that we had vastly improved our overall infrastructure for addressing sexual misconduct, that the district had implemented many of the recommendations outlined in the preliminary report, and this includes the following: implementing Title IX by creating the Office for Student Protections in Title IX, designating and training Title IX school representatives at all schools, creating the Protecting Chicago's Children's Task Force. In the area of prevention, she noted that we had refreshed all of our employee, vendor, and volunteer background checks. Refreshed checks are now required for all school-based employees, reference checks. And we established a risk management committee. For our policies and procedures, the district had a comprehensive review of all policies and procedures for the district and improved policy implementation by updating employee student handbook, instituting district-wide training, and providing easy-to-read marketing materials. Also noted in Maggie's report, Our training that we had, the Title IX school representative training, district-wide trainings for employees on how to prevent, identify, report, and respond to sexual misconduct, and conducted training targeted for specific departments and schools. What has also happened in the training area since the report, we had the Association for Title IX Administrators came to the district, and we trained approximately 6 staff members on Title IX matters in the pre-K-12 environment, and all are now certified. We had the Office of Student Protections at the training. The OIG was at the training, their office that are handling these cases, the law office. We also had members from the Office for Social and Emotional Learning. And let's see, so under reporting, in the area of reporting, we overhauled our reporting procedures, recording and tracking of all allegations, tracking and analyzing the data, and obviously sharing that publicly. Created a culture of reporting by encouraging transparency, adhering to due process, and ensuring that stakeholders have a clear and understanding of rights, responsibilities, and expectations. In the area of investigations, we revised investigations to ensure trained and impartial investigators from OSP and OIG are conducting the investigations. Investigations are more efficient, including minimizing victim interviews and the inclusion of children's advocates during the interview when appropriate. And finally, in our response, OSP is now the nerve center for coordinating the district's communications and support services. We've implemented appropriate disciplinary measures to hold adults accountable for violating procedures and policies. Finally, Maggie Hickey's follow-up report noted some additional recommendations to CPS that we should include looking forward. Providing specialized training for our special education classroom assistants on maintaining appropriate boundaries when working with students with disabilities. Adapting our sexual health education curriculum for students with diverse learning needs, and also creating an accessible, searchable information hub for CPS policies and procedures. We will take these tasks as part of the PCC task force moving forward. And that concludes if there's any questions.
I have a question. So first of all, thank you for this update. Obviously, it's
Absolutely.
extremely important, and thank you for all the progress you made and the transparency that we have. And I know how we got here, right? So, you know, it's I don't need the background, but when you take a step back and assess kind of what we're doing now to prevent and address, and hopefully, obviously, communicate, get the transparency into hopefully knowing about issues like this to deal with it right away. How does this compare? Let's say we weren't being mandated to do this. What does a good practice look like compared to what you've seen in other major markets? And are we doing more than that?
Yes, we are. We actually had the opportunity to present and share our journey at the Association for Title IX Administrators annual conference this year. And so I was approached by the New York Department of Education, the Philadelphia Department of Education. They're really interested in following this process. There is no other model in the country like it. And that really includes not only pre-K through 12, but you'll find a lot of the higher education, they do not have an entire department that handles this. Typically, they'll have a Title IX coordinator, but they are also the investigator, the trainer in Title IX, and not just overseeing the process.
Again, this comes back to educating the student population and general public.
Yes.
And this is an ongoing annually, like whatever it means to be able to get the information to students and adults, et cetera, to understand their rights and responsibilities. So that way, as a preventive measure, obviously, so that way, at least if nothing else, the students know that they have a place to go to.
Yes, absolutely. And we will be instituting annual training for the students starting the next school year.
Kind of related to that, you mentioned that you think part of the reason for the increase in reporting is that students have a greater awareness of where to go and who to speak to. Can you say what types of information they're getting now, even before that training goes into effect, that are student facing?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the big push for the Student Bill of Rights this year is very helpful. When we meet with students, and to conduct investigations, we actually provide them with their rights. And so part of the just investigation process in and of itself is really an educational process for students. So even when we have a student on student situation, we really are in a unique place to be able to educate both students on both sides of that case.
Sorry, and then shifting slightly, the OCR recommendations report had a lot of date timelines. Are we on track with meeting all of those marks at this point? 'Cause we're a
Yes,
little further
absolutely
along.
on track. In fact, we are somewhat ahead. So initially, the first report for us was really showing them everything that we've already done that was put into place. The last time that they came to visit the district was, I believe, September, October, fall of last year. And so we really didn't have all this behind us where we had a full year to implement what the district had started implementing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, thank you for doing this work and for keeping us up to date. I had one clarifying question and then a question about what you can tell us about the distribution of the cases that you're seeing. The clarifying question, you said we're doing training for all staff. Could you just clarify? You laid out a few different sort of configurations or target populations for this all staff. About how many people would be involved in each of those?
So in each, how many people would be involved in?
Yeah,
each
so
of
you
the-
said all staff, and then for the school-based coordinators, and I think another that I'm missing.
Right, so all staff were trained. We also did specialized training throughout the year for the one Title IX, at least one Title IX school representative at each school and each charter school. And then there were targeted training as well. So we did a targeted training for security guards. We did a targeted training for FACE last year. I'm trying to remember the other ones, but this year too, we will be doing targeted training for coaches. So we're really looking at distinct populations that have a unique relationship with students and working there to do some targeted training. Last year was our first push with the Title IX school representatives. So this year, when they are retrained this year, it will be a more advanced training.
Okay. It would be great at some point to get more context about how many people and what those look like, but that doesn't have to be now. The other question I had around the data around reports, you have been sharing with us, not just today, but throughout, what that looks like through time at the top level. Are there any patterns that you're seeing about how that's distributed throughout the city? Is it clustered at certain schools? Are there correlations or differences in terms of student demographics in schools?
Yeah,
And-
we'll start to be able to share some of that. So our data analyst has created a dashboard for us where we can really take a look at different schools, different demographics in different schools, and start to really understand what is happening and what we're seeing. So last year was really the first year. We want to take that data, and part of the Protecting Chicago's Children's Task Force will be to look at those data, analyze those trends, and then build tasks around those trends to address what we're seeing. And we'll be able to share those trends at that point.
And those will be shared publicly as well as with us. Thank you.
You indicated that you started in March, right?
Yes.
And the budget for this office was developed after you started? Or was it in place, or was it partially in place?
Yeah, I believe it was in place when I started. And then, or I'm not sure if it was actually in place or it was in place for this
The
coming
budget
year.
for this
So yeah, we've
year.
had to go through a little bit of tweaking over the year, coming in and not realizing what we needed at the same time that I think the budget was being due.
But
So-
at this time, and you've done fabulous work, great work in a short period of time. And you're being looked at by other states as a model already, and you just barely got started. So I commend you for that. But is the budget that is in place right now, and I'm thinking in terms of the positions, investigators, et cetera, that you have in place right now, do you feel at this time that that budget is adequate to do the job that will make sure that keeps you as the model for the rest of the country?
Sounds great. Yeah, and it's not just me, my staff is incredible. We have
Right.
some amazing experts in this area working for me and for the district. And so, yeah, I think the budget's going to need to continue to be reevaluated, and we've done that throughout the year. There's been some things that we wanted to do. I mentioned it before to the board, the comprehensive pilot for prevention for students. And so those things we're just raising as we go along and asking for support with that within the budget.
But I understand the need for enhancements, but in terms of meeting your obligation, overall, the budget and the staffing levels are adequate.
Yeah, we believe the staffing level, we're just increasing now the staffing levels. So they were at 20, we're moving to 39. It'll be a staff of 39. And then we'll see how that goes and see, what cases were coming in this year. I don't think we've, been able to see where that sort of benchmark is. I do think we'll be able to see that this year now that we've really been able to get out into the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, the last presentation is from Inspector General Schuler, who will also provide his quarterly report for the board.
Good afternoon. Thank you. President Devalle, board members, CEO Jackson. So this is the quarterly reports. This information will be through September 30th. And so that'll keep the quarterly reports consistent next year's presentations too. So as always, we kind of tell you the amount of cases. So we have UIG has opened 535 cases from October 1st through September 30th. So that's basically a full year. And the numbers, there's a drop, of course, in the summer, but the numbers are very consistent as it's turning out to be. They're leveling out. We're getting about 3 cases a day that we're opening. And so to be clear, that's not, our people are handling a lot more calls that are coming in, and some of them aren't for us. They're for OSP. They're for, maybe they're corporal punishment cases or something else. They belong somewhere else. But we're choosing to, or they meet the guidelines for our cases and 3 cases a day. So it's a pretty brisk intake rate still. And that's a school day. That's every school day. Active cases, 239 active cases. Cases that are we consider substantially complete and are waiting attorney write-up. Basically, there are 73 cases, and through the first year we have closed 223 cases. This is just a quick overview for people maybe who aren't familiar with our allegation categories, just so that it's here and that people know what we're talking about. Sex act, penetration, sexual abuse, physical conduct for sexual gratification, groping, fondling. And then sexual comment is in person. It's unambiguously sexual comment to a student. Grooming, those are actions that break down inhibitions for the purpose of sexual conduct. Sexting, sexual text messages. And then these other categories are, actually about half of our cases, or the bulk of our cases. Touching that's less than sexual abuse at the intake phase. So it's possibly, we're testing, we're concerned that it's sexual, but we're not sure. We're not sure what it is. The complaint doesn't make it clear what it is. Concerning other, again, these are these leering, creepy behavior cases. The student definitely is feeling creeped out, but it's not immediately clear that it's a sexual complaint. And then student on staff inappropriate conduct. That's going to be now addressed by EOCO, but those were some of our cases. And then we have old outcries about old conduct. So this is generally from years ago. So this is a breakdown by allegations by category, and the chart shows how many we've had at the elementary school in the gray and how many at high school level in the white. So you can see that, again, the concerning other, again, that continues to be a lot of our cases. 46% of our allegations are that. And the most serious conduct, the cases tend to be fewer. Sexual abuse cases. So this is just a comparison of the rates at which the complaints are coming in at the elementary school and the high school. So the elementary school, the rates, we've had 103 complaints for every 100,000 students. In high school, it's 289. So again, the high school rates, as you would expect, hopefully expect that, it's never good to have these cases at all, but the cases are coming in at a higher rate at high school, which is, probably attributable to the ages of the students. Allegations by category, reported on this in the past. It's more or less consistent, but this just reflects the information to the first year. Teachers, 228 complaints have been lodged against teachers, and so that's 1.2% of the population of teachers. Security guards, 81 complaints, 81 subjects, and that's 4.7% of the subject population, or the security guard population. Then you can see the numbers for the substitute teachers, SICAs, vendors, and then the other categories. There's been 15 coaches, 14 principals or assistant principals, 10 bus drivers or bus aides, and 7 deans. We've been reporting on this in the last 2-3 quarters now. So we've started comparing the allegation rate to the CPS, to the non-charter schools versus the charter schools. And early on, it looked like that they weren't reporting at the same rate. And in fact, there was a big discrepancy. From December 2018 through April 2019, non-charters reported 3.1 times as many per 100,000 students as charter schools. After we began reporting on that started to change. And if you look at the year data, the number's not as favorable to the charter schools. But if you look at a more recent snapshot, they are reporting at a closer rate, although they haven't narrowed the gap entirely. So from May 2019 through September 2019, non-charter schools reported 1.6 times as many cases as charter schools. So bringing some attention to this matter seems to have, through public attention, through better, I think, communication from CPS and the Office of Student Protections to the charters has increased reporting reporting there. So this is a quick summary of our closed cases. There'll be, as we go through the next few slides, I just want to try to explain what's going on. So these are the cases that have been closed, and this is just looking at the initial allegation as they came in. And so this is, sex acts, 5 of them have been substantiated, 6 were not substantiated. And so these are the numbers just based on how they came in, not how they went out the door, as to speak. So sexual abuse, the numbers are 2 and 14. Sexual comment in person, 9 and 9. Grooming, 11 and 11. Sexual electronic communication, 1 and 1. And then, the numbers are there. The other concerning, that's interesting because you can see that those are coming in. Some of those, a fair amount of them are being substantiated, 27, but 87, 87 of those cases have been closed, not substantiated. And so these are the cases. summary of the most significant factual findings in each case. So this is just looking at sex act. There's been out of the 67 sustained cases, we're looking at the most significant finding. So as they went out the door, sex act 4, sexual abuse 2, touching less than sexual abuse is 4, sexual comment in person is 7, and concerning others is 50 cases. So this chart hopefully provides a little more detail of sort of the last 2 slides together. On the left, we have the allegation category. So this is, these are sustained cases as they came in, and then you can see the substantiated, the most significant findings, how they went out the door. So sex act 4 actually resulted in the finding for sex act 1 concerning other, sexual abuse, 2 cases sexual abuse were sustained, and then sexual comment in person, the comment is 6. 6 were substantiated as a sexual comment, and concerning other 3. Grooming, you can see grooming, none of them were sustained as grooming. And then, so that's, we have grooming concerns, but quite often these cases have been turning out to be, there are inappropriate communications, so that, there's a lot of concern, but it turns out that you can't tie it to a sexual purpose. We can't tie it to somebody trying to break down the communications for a sexual nature, but there are, inappropriate, unauthorized comments that don't meet the guidelines of the CPS policy. Sexual electronic communication, one was sustained for concerning other, touching less than sexual abuse, 4 for touching, 8 for concerning other behavior, and concerning others, 1 turned into a sexual comment finding, and then the others were sustained on the concerning other grounds. So the concerning other, those are being sustained generally by and large for other policy violations or guideline violations. So they might be somebody was taking somebody somewhere in a car without a proper permission, but beyond that, there was no evidence that it was for a sexual purpose of any kind, things like that. This is just a recap of the personnel actions that have resulted from our investigations. Pulled or blocked, 96 adults have been pulled or blocked from school pending investigation, including 22 pulled teachers. It says currently, but that's through the September 30th. Reinstated 22 pulled or blocked individuals have been reinstated based on IG's recommendation. And terminated or resigned 57 adults who were subject to investigation, terminated, resigned, retired after the initiation of the investigation. And this is a quick review of the police involvement cases. CPS vendors or staff charged. So aggravated predatory criminal sexual assault. You can see there's been a dean, coach. Alleged victims are CPS students. Teacher, there's alleged victim is a former CPS student. A bus driver, alleged victims were family members. Vendor employees, alleged victim is a CPS student. Teacher, alleged victim is a former CPS student. And a security guard, alleged victims are CPS students. Aggravated criminal sexual abuse, teacher, I'm sorry, let me see. So yeah, teacher, alleged victims are CPS students. 1 indecent solicitation of a minor, 4 misdemeanor batteries, and 1 aggravated battery. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions, comments?
I have a question about the ability to close cases. So you cite some things that are slightly external to your office or maybe out of your control, including long investigations, outstanding subpoenas, scheduling difficulties. Are there any needs that your office has, and how are you examining the resources of your office and the mechanism of your office relative to closing cases, and what needs are you identifying?
Yeah, you know, we're investigating everything ourselves. So, and we're not referring anything back to the school. So that's accounting for that's accounting for high caseloads for the investigators. And as I reported last quarter, I think probably 2 quarters now at least, we're really trying to wring efficiencies out of the investigation system, investigation process. And I think we're getting there, but you know, we're trying to. I think we're getting there. I think it's a good question, and I'm hesitant to ask for more resources at this point because, you know, we're all learning as we go. We've been doing this a year. We've really been up and running sort of for 9 months. You know, doing this in a full, anything resembling full capacity. So, I mean, I will just say that I think the investigators tend to have pretty high caseloads, and we're trying to close them. And that's what I've been sort of speaking to, and is trying to find them. You know, we want to investigate them all as well as we can, and and get the right mix. So, you know, undoubtedly that the most serious cases are getting the right amount of attention, and what we're honestly looking at is these other concerning cases, these categories where you can see, 87 of them that we closed have been not substantiated. So, you know, that's we're trying to make sure we've got the right mix there. We want to make sure that we're not overlooking behavior that leads to somebody being a repeat offender, that somebody's not asking 3 years from now, why wasn't this looked at? So we're doing full investigations. We're talking to other students. You know, sometimes we have to talk to a lot of students to find out if this teacher's leering at somebody. We have to talk to other, teachers, students. So that it's time intensive. It's time intensive, and we're trying to get it. You know, we're really trying to get it right. So that's, that's why I'm hesitant. I think if you went to the mat on every single case, yes, we would need more people. And what we're trying to do is maybe going to the mat's wrong. I mean, we're doing very fulsome, complete investigations. And it's just, you can hear from my voice. That's where we're struggling. This is where the resources, that's where the resources question is. Are we contributing too much or not enough resources to this other concerning behavior? And I think that's, I think I'll know more, and I'm asking for people's patience, for another quarter or so we can make sure we've got this right. But I won't be shy about asking for more resources if we need it. I'm mindful of trying to make sure we've got this right. I think it's a pretty big unit, as Cammie said. No one else I think is doing this at this big a level in the K-12 area, and we are mindful of the resources. So that's that. All that being said, we are working on really trying to get a better process for these cases, that these other concerning ones, to identify them, that they don't need further work, and get them closed in a more expeditious manner. And I think then once we can achieve that, we'll be at a much better position to close the cases at the rate they're coming in.
I have a follow-up question. It's related to that. And it ties to what both of you guys presented. So the first thing that thank you for both of you guys for the reports that you provided. I still would like to see, obviously, the more reporting that's happening. So I'm glad to see that, because you want to encourage with communications. So I don't want to discourage or imply discouraging for any reporting by the unsubstantiated numbers that we're seeing there, right? So I'm not sure if this is where Amy was going, but I want to make sure that we're paying equal effort on the ones that we are confidently are unsubstantiated. And then what happens to those reports to make sure we have a follow-up program in place to ensure that we don't have that scenario where 6 months later, 12 months later, say, okay, what happened? They were reported 2 or 3 times. What happened on there?
Well, that's that's what we're doing. Honestly, that's what we're doing. Those cases are getting written up. They're going out, whether they're sustained or not sustained, they're getting a full write-up. And they're going out, they're being tracked by our office, they're being tracked by the central tracking system that's being put in place with OSP. So they're there, and then when complaints come in, I mean, that's the first thing that's being checked. Are there prior complaints about this person? And, you know, and that's what definitely will be identified through this the process that's in place now, so that the person who, you know, the second time, the third time, you know, that these unsubstantiated complaint comes by through, we'll see, okay, this is not, you know, this is repeat sort of complainant, right? Or, you know, it's a repeat subject, and what's going on, you know, what's going on, and why have these other investigations, why are they being unsubstantiated? What's going on here? I think that's what we'll be in a much better position to assess, is what's the root cause, right? Is it a training issue? Is this person genuinely a danger? Is he or she trending toward being a danger? Right. And I think that's what. So that's, I mean, all these things. You have the same concerns we have. We don't want anything to slip through the cracks, and that's what it's time consuming. And you know that it's a time consuming process.
Board Member Sotelo, I would just add that in addition to both OSP and the Inspector General's office, there is a district-wide risk committee that's a cross-functional committee that is monitoring all of these types of complaints to determine patterns among employees and students, to determine whether or not additional interventions are necessary.
Great. Wait, that was my next question, if there were any patterns. And then have a follow-up strategy with both the accuser and the accusee, right, to make sure that we follow both. I know that there is no perfect data for this, right, because this is new territory for us, and obviously across the country. But as you kind of start looking towards the future, right? So the metric that you use, kind of the daily reports per day, is kind of a good metric. I hope it's stabilizing, but if they're still underreporting, I would still like to see that transparency, obviously, to make sure that happens and continue with the communications. Down the road, as you kind of plan out for the future, what does good look like down the road in terms of prevention, right? So as we've identified these patterns by report type and by accusee, if you will, the different charts that you have here, what can we do to prevent and preempt this? So therefore, yes, the reports on a daily basis have gone down, but not because it's underreporting, it's because we've done a really good job of preventing and eliminating. I know you don't have the answer for that now, but as you kind of formulate your vision of what would it take to get us there, right? So that, you know, we've been successful at over-communicating to encourage maximum reporting, and then maximum training to eliminate and stop from ever happening.
Yeah, so I think that's what I think as the data analysis efforts get, you know, traction and come up to full speed, I think then we'll be figuring out, you know, are there pockets of are there pockets of offenders? Is it related to a school? Is it related to a network? Is it related to, demographic identifiers? And then I think we'll be able to start pulling that back. And it's in its infancy, and that's what we're trying to do with the teachers and the security guards. I mean, the security guards just jumps out immediately as soon as OSP and we started doing this. So we'll hope other things will, as we get better data and we start more concentrated drill down on the data. We're hoping, that we'll be able to identify other things like that we can address, target further training or figure out what the root cause is of where these pockets might be happening.
Mr. President? Yeah, because I guess go back to the previous comment about awareness, for instance, and I guess you're going to the correct places because, like, I guess looking at like geography, for instance, are you getting more reports in a certain part of the city versus another part of the city? And that's caused it as because of the lack of education and awareness.
So we don't have hard numbers on that, but I think our anecdotal, the feedback I'm getting from the team is that there's not a specific pocket. It's pretty spread across all sorts of schools. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
That was the last report,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Okay. If there are no additional questions or comments, we'll proceed. I want to note that we have several board reports that are ratifications. This is only because our October meeting was canceled. These items were intended for approval in October and are ratifications only for that reason. We will now proceed with the vote on public agenda items before going into closed session. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will begin with items on the public agenda, read the board report numbers and brief titles. I will begin with resolutions. These items do require a vote. RS1 is the resolution to ratify the appointment of board member Dwayne Truss to the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund. RS2 is the resolution adopting the amended annual school budget for FY20. RS3 is the resolution to authorize appointment of members to LSC to fill vacancies. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
I second the motion.
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. Mr. President, I'll continue with the communication. This is CO1, and it's the communication regarding the location of the December 11th, 2019 board meeting. And it reads, this is to advise that the regular meeting of the Board of Education scheduled for Wednesday, December 18th, 2019 will be rescheduled to Wednesday, December 11th, 2019, and will be held at Curie High School at 4859 South Archer Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60632 is the zip code. The board meeting will begin at 5 p.m. Public participation guidelines are available on www.cpsboe.org or by calling the board office at 773-553-1600. For the December 11, 2019 board meeting, advance registration to speak and observe will be available beginning Monday, December 9th at 10:30 a.m. and will close on Tuesday, December 10th at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled. You can advance register during the registration period by the following methods: online at www.cpsboe.org, by phone 773-553-1600, or in person at 1 North Dearborn Street 950. To ensure equity of access to address the board, an individual may not speak at 2 consecutive board meetings. In the event an individual registered to speak at a consecutive board meeting, the individual will not be called to address the board. Although advanced registration is recommended, you can also register to observe a meeting on the day of a meeting via same-day in-person observer registration at Curie High School, 4959 South Archer Avenue. And then the registration will open at 4:45 p.m. and will remain open for the duration of the meeting. Same-day in-person observer registrations are taken on a first-come, first-served basis as seats become available, and the public participation segment of the meeting will begin as indicated on the meeting agenda and proceed for no more than the 60 registered speakers. And Mr. President, I would also like to make a note that we will be updating the information as it relates to our board meetings on both the cps.edu website as well as the cpsboe.org website, with the cancellation of the October board meeting and now the rescheduling of the December board meeting. So we need to bring those two calendar items up to date on their websites, and we will do that after this meeting. The next items, Mr. President, do require a vote, and I'll proceed with EX1, which is the transfer of funds for September of 2019. We then have EX2, a transfer of funds for October of 2019. FN1 is the IGA with the City of Chicago for the Municipal and Employee Annuity Benefit Fund. ED1, Mr. President, is the amendment for the academic calendar for the 2019-2020 school year. OP1 is the amendment for the lease agreement with Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox Church. PR1 is one of the ratified board reports for the new agreements for various vendors for college and career readiness services. PR2 is to authorize the second and final renewal agreement for various vendors for the virtual learning online courses. PR3 is another ratified for the first renewal with BSN Sports. PR4 is a new agreement with the Profit Corporation. PR5 is a new agreement with Payless Sports. PR6 is to authorize the first and second renewal agreements with various contracts for the general contracting services. PR7 is to authorize the first and second renewal agreements for various contractors for geotech investigation and televised routing services. PR8 is to authorize the first and second renewal agreements for various vendors for the professional survey services. PR9 is to authorize the third and final renewal agreements for various vendors for the construction material testing services. PR10 is the monthly report on award of construction contracts and changes to construction contracts for the capital improvement program. PR11 is the amendment on the first renewal for Hartford Accident Insurance Company and Cannon Cochran Management Services for third-party claims. PR12, Mr. President, is the authorizing the first renewal agreement with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois for HMO and PPO healthcare administrative services and ancillary medical services, and also authorizing the funding of health savings accounts and agreements with Webster Bank. We then have PR13. This is to authorize the first renewal agreements with various vendors for defined contribution retirement services. PR14 is to authorize the extension of the agreement with Caremark PCS Health LLC. PR15 is to authorize a new agreement with Benefits Express Services. We then have PR16. This is another ratify for a new agreement with Korn Ferry for compensation analysis and structural design services. And then PR17 is to authorize a new agreement with Alvarez and Marcel Disputes Investigations for investigative services. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Are there any questions or comments regarding these items? Yes.
So I don't have a question, President Del Valle, but I do have a comment on PR6. Given the material nature of the 800 million in capital spend, this will be a line item that I will work with Mr. Rivera along with Lindy to ensure that we are tracking, managing it on a monthly basis.
Thank you. Then if there are no objections from my fellow board members, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So noted. I will continue with additional items on the public agenda that do not require a vote, Mr. President. And we have PR 18, which is the Chief Procurement Officer report for August of 2019 for the delegated authority. We then have PR 19, and this is the Chief Procurement Officer report for September of 2019 for the delegated authority. And then we have AR 1, which is the report on board report rescissions. And Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and there are no further items on the public agenda.
We will now move into executive session. Board Member Trust, do you have a motion?
I move for the passage of motion number 19-1120-MO2 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under section 21 of the Open Meetings Act, subsections 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 21 as specified in the motion.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri?
Yes.
Member Tad Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay, this meeting will now go into closed session. We will reconvene after the closed session. Board of Education is reconvened. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will start with closed session items from the General Counsel, and I will begin with an attorney appointment. This item does require a vote. Ratify appointment of Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Sarah J. Peterlin. And this item does require a vote, Mr. President.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Chad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss.
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. I will continue with council retentions and settlements. These items do require a vote. For council retention, we have the first report, authorize continued retention of the law firm Franzik PC. Second report, authorize continued retention for the law firm of Neal and Leroy LLC. Third report, continued retention for the law firm Taft, Titanius, and Hollister LLP. And the fourth report, authorize continued retention of the firm of Legal Peoples, a temporary legal services agency. And the fifth report, authorize continued retention of the law firm Lanier Mutual Ltd. I will continue with settlements. The first report is workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Anthony J. Clancy, case number 12WC 42222. The second report is workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Patricia A. Jones, case number 15WC 13418. And the third report is workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for L. Ray Tasker, case number 11WC 009058. The fourth report is workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Vanessa Williams, case number 15WC 011680. The fifth report is personal injury, authorized payment of settlement for Devon Hall by his mother, Crystal Hall, case number 17L 006532. And the sixth report, authorized payment of settlement for Elizabeth Greer, et cetera, et al. Versus Board of Education, case number 2018 CH 07647. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So noted. I will continue with items from the Chief Executive Officer and proceed with collective bargaining items, and these items do require a vote. The first report is approve and ratify tentative collective bargaining agreement between the Board of Education of the City of Chicago and the Chicago Teachers Union Local 1 American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO. The second report is approve and ratify tentative collective bargaining agreement between the Board of Education of the City of Chicago and Service Employees International Union Local 73. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
There are no objections. Please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So noted. I will continue with a talent recommendation and warning resolutions, and these items do require a vote. The talent recommendation is to approve appointment of Chief Portfolio Officer effective November 4th, 2019, and ratify all lawful actions taken as Chief Portfolio Officer since November 4th, 2019 for being Howell. And the warning resolutions are the first report, warning resolution, Sarah Haynes, tenured teacher assigned to Marie Sklodowska-Curie Metropolitan High School. And the second report, warning resolution, Judd Noodleman, tenured teacher assigned to Nicholas Sen High School. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So noted. I will continue with items from the board. These items do require a vote. The first report is the resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. We then have the second report, resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss a probationary appointed teacher. And Mr. President, for the record, I would like to note that on November 15, 2019, the board members and the office of the board received the CEO's recommendation to dismiss a probationary appointed teacher pursuant to Board Rule 4-1105 ILCS 5/34-84. Her recommendation included the name of the teacher affected and the reason. And she also noted that the teacher affected will be notified of their dismissal after adoption of the resolution. The third report is the resolution authorizing the honorable termination of regularly certified and appointed teacher. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you. And I believe that Board Member Sotelo has a motion, please.
I move that the board adopt the minutes of the closed session meeting of September 18, 2019, and September 25th, 2019 pursuant to section 2.06 of the Open Meetings Act. Board members reviewed these minutes and determined that the need for confidentiality exists. Therefore, the minutes of the closed session meetings held on September 18, 2019 and September 25th of 2019 shall be maintained as confidential and not available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland.
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and I believe that Vice President Reveluri has a motion, please.
I move that the record of proceedings of the board meeting of September 25th, 2019, prepared by the board secretary, be approved, and that such records of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss.
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. And Mr. President, there are no further items on the executive session agenda.
Well, thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thanks again.